Okay, we copy. Thank you.
But again, just absolutely amazing event. As we mentioned, they were using that floater camera, so they were able to really take us around Crew Dragon, which was very cool. And just confirming with Core here in Hawthorne that they won't need that camera again until they start picking things up and getting ready for docking, so they were going to stow it away. But that was such a special look. I'm so glad that we got the opportunity to hear from them. And the next major milestone for Crew Dragon will be coming up in about 50 minutes from now, and that'll be the transfer burn, the fourth of 5 major burns on the trip to station today. We're expecting that at 2:50 p.m. Pacific time.
We're expecting Dragon's thrusters to fire a little more than 30 seconds to put the highest point of Dragon's orbit just 2.5 kilometers below the station.
While we wait for the transfer burn, we can take some more social media questions. This one from Haley. What kind of personal items do they bring with them, if any? We talked about this a little bit. A lot of the astronauts, they only get a very small amount of space that they can pack and bring things. But a lot of them like to bring photos of their family. That's a very popular thing to bring. So they'll put them up inside their crew quarters. As we mentioned, it's kind of the size of a small closet, so they try and make it as homey as possible. They're also allowed to bring up other special items or mementos to them, maybe pieces of jewelry, and they also sometimes bring up things for their friends or family and take photos of it for them. So all of these things are screened before they make their way to the International Space Station for safety purposes, but they do get the opportunity to take up some personal items.
Yeah, it's great for them to be on a 6-month trip, that they're able to at least bring a little bit of home with them on the station.
Absolutely. We're still
and SpaceX Dragon for food.
Dragon SpaceX, we're ready to copy.
Hey Jay, we show we're going to be coming up on our 4th meal on board, and so just wondering if you have a recommendation, suggestion for which meals we should be getting that from for the next one coming up.
I will look into that and I'll get back to you.
Okay, copy. So just so you know, we have had our primary ascent, breakfast, lunch, dinners, and snack.
Copy on those. Thanks.
You just heard them discussing the food with the crew. They make sure anything that's consumed or used whatsoever, they relay back to the crew in Hawthorne, because everything needs to be meticulously tracked aboard Crew Dragon and the International Space Station as well. So we have another note, this one, not a question, but a congratulations for Victor Glover, who, as we saw on that little Crew Dragon tour, just got his new wings. So excited for him. That means he reached the 100-kilometer mark, reaching space. When the astronauts finish their 2-year training period, they receive a little silver pin, and they don't get that gold pin until they reach space. So really exciting to see that presented to him on orbit.
Yeah, and with us being able to watch that live, that was really amazing that we could share that moment and that they allowed us to share that moment with them on board.
Absolutely. And we are still answering your Ask NASA questions, so to get that to us, go on Twitter, use the hashtag AskNASA. We will do our very best to answer as many as we can. In the meantime, this is a view of Mission Control Hawthorne. These teams have been monitoring the vehicle for 24/7, since they launched yesterday. So I guess it is going to be 24 hours here coming up in just a little bit. But Let's see, another question. What do astronauts do for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's? These astronauts will be on board for all three of those holidays, and we don't want them to feel like they're missing out. And so there are small celebrations that happen aboard the space station. That's different for every crew, just depending on how they want to celebrate. But there are a few decorations up there, especially for Christmas. I know there was a sneaky elf up there a few years ago. Let's see what else. Oh, they'll sometimes celebrate with a special meal. I know for Thanksgiving they have a lot of the traditional foods that we still have on Thanksgiving too, anything from sweet potatoes to turkey. So they get those times to spend meals together, and they also get those days off like we do here on Earth. And they also spend time talking with their family and friends.
Sounds awesome. They still get to celebrate the holidays just like we do. We've got another one. Are there any difference between endeavor and resilience? That's a really good question. By design, not really. They both are designed to be fully functional Dragon vehicles. Endeavor was the first test vehicle that we did use in Demo 2, but it fully functions just the same way as Resilience does. Really no difference aside from what the mission entailed. So Demo 2, the astronauts on board did perform tests on their way to the International Space Station, but on Crew 1, no tests needed, so they are just cruising and enjoying the ride.
I love this question from Tim. His 5-year-old daughter Clara is asking why the astronauts were not wearing their suits in the capsule. Well, they were when they lifted off. This is a good question, by the way, Clara. Thanks for watching. They were wearing them when they lifted off, and shortly after the first burns, they were able to take those suits off and get into some more comfortable clothes because they're mostly in a coasting phase right now. And so for all of these burns that are taking place, they don't really have to do anything or command the mission. It's all autonomous. And so they're also perfectly safe in their normal clothes rather than in their suits. Now, they will put their suits back on once it's time to dock with the International Space Station, because that is a pretty dynamic phase of the mission and you could have to back away at any time. So the astronauts will put their suits back on, but for now, and especially since it's a long ride, it's nice to get into some comfortable clothes.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, the suit's main primary function is for the unlikely event of a depressurization inside of the cabin. So as long as they're safe, they don't need to wear them, only need to wear them when they're lifting off and when they're about to dock with the space station.
Keep sending in those questions, and we are standing by to listen to communications, standing by for that next burn coming up, looking at about around 2:50 p.m. Pacific. The transfer burn will be right here, and we share that with you soon.
Dragon SpaceX for meals.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Okay, we'd like you to pull from location 19, bag 305 for the next meal, and location 20, bag 313. I'll copy.
Okay, we copy 19, bag 305, location 20, bag 313 for the next meal.
It's a good readback.
Thank you.
Looks like the crew is getting into some of those meals we heard them discussing. We heard them talking with the Corps, the crew operations and resources engineer here in Hawthorne, about where they could find their next meals. As a reminder, each of the crew members has 12 meals for this flight. However, I don't think they'll need a full 12 for this 27-hour rendezvous. But who knows? I mean, space travel is hungry work. So they could go through it all. They have some snacks as well. And these are these MRE meals. You want to talk about that?
These are prepackaged meals that are ready to eat. Literally, that's what MRE stands for, are meals ready to eat. Makes it really convenient for them on Dragon that they can just open up their packages and start eating. They don't need to rehydrate them or heat them up or add any other ingredients. They're just ready to go.
Dragon SpaceX for storage.
And go ahead for storage.
Yeah, I just wanted to pass up just a general reminder. The carry-on bags, they do not meet flammability requirements. I just wanted to let you know that as you're reconfiguring the cabin, those are designed to be easy to remove and still back into the overhead bags.
Okay, copy. Carry-on bags are not flame resistant, so we'll get them put back. Thanks.
That was the crew and the Corps noting that some of the bags they're using aren't flame resistant. That's something that we track meticulously as well when in space. The last thing you want is a fire on a spacecraft, and so to mitigate that, we can put those flammable bags inside non-flammable bags and help solve some of that problem.
Looks like they're doing that right now. But they are getting ready to eat, as we mentioned. They were pulling out some of those MREs. If you're just now joining us, the crew on board Dragon Resilience has their meals ready to eat. Hopefully we'll be enjoying them shortly.
Well, I believe this is their second meal of the day. I think they had breakfast earlier. Not quite sure what they might be eating, but compared to their breakfasts yesterday when they got on the Crew Dragon just before launch, those were pretty hearty meals.
Oh yeah, steak and curry.
Hamburgers, yes.
And the next major burn coming up is the transfer burn at about 2:50 p.m. Pacific time. This will be the fourth of the 5 major burns. So we've got 3 major burns down. We have the transfer burn coming up next, and then shortly after the transfer burn will be the co-elliptic burn, which will be the final burn, and that will be at approximately 3:36 p.m. Pacific time.
And that transfer burn, it's a pretty short burn. It's only 44 seconds and should propel Dragon at 3 meters per second. It will raise Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit around Earth, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the space station's orbit. Then later on, that final co-elliptic burn will be about 34 seconds long and should propel us at 2.37 meters per second towards station, and that turns our orbit into a co-elliptic orbit, meaning that we will maintain that 2.5 kilometer distance below station's orbit.
And these burns do seem a bit short, 44 seconds to 34 seconds, but they go a very long way. Again, we need precise maneuvers to get Dragon up and in front of the docking port in preparation for docking, which is coming later on today.
Yes, these burns use a mix of the service section Draco engine or thrusters, and those are around the body of Dragon, as well as some of those forward bulkhead thrusters. Those are underneath the nose cone, which was deployed after launch.
Again, if you're just now joining us, what you are looking at on your screen is a live view inside of Dragon Resilience with the Crew-1 team members moving around.
Looks like everybody is out of their seats. We can't see Soichi Noguchi's seat right now. His is just behind the camera, but they were preparing to have a meal. And this view coming from the International Space Station, currently flying 266 statute miles over Australia, the I would say West Australia right now.
Yeah, they've got some nice views of Earth from that Dragon and from the station. And as a reminder, we're about 20 minutes away from the next major burn. That is the transfer burn, coming up at about 2:50 p.m. Pacific time, followed by the co-elliptic burn at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time. And if you have any questions, Leah and I are still taking more questions. Please use the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Send them our way, and hopefully we'll get to read some of them and answer them live.
Dragon SpaceX for burn.
And go ahead for the burn.
Okay, want to let you know that we are go for the transfer burn coming up here in about 12 minutes. And just a reminder that internal cameras are still enabled.
Okay, copy. We are go for the transfer burn in about 12 minutes.
Good to be back.
We heard those comms that they're preparing for the transfer burn coming up in less than 12 minutes now. Sounds like everything is go for that transfer burn, so should see that shortly. Again, the transfer burn will last about 44 seconds long. This will push the vehicle a little bit closer to the space station, about 2.5 kilometers beneath the space station with this burn.
Yeah, and just before this, we heard mission director polling, and that's the team here in Hawthorne, polling the team to make sure they were all go. And so everyone is on the same page, and we've got that green light. And you're right, after the transfer burn, we'll be moving on to the last of the final burns, which is the final, or the closed co-elliptic, sorry, the final co-elliptic burn. I was right the first time. That'll be about 45 or 34 seconds long, and it will change Dragon's velocity by about 2.37 meters per second. That'll come up at around 3:36 p.m. Pacific time, so maybe 45 minutes until now, or after the transfer burn, I should say. Currently, the crew is getting in their seats for the burn. We want to minimize the movement inside the capsule during those burns, but they do not have to be in their spacesuits right now. So we are standing by for more information as we get closer to the transfer burn. We'll make sure to update you, especially once the burn starts and gets underway. We'll be looking for that word nominal. Once again, it's our favorite. And we will let you know as we get closer what we can expect.
Yeah, and we're just about 10 minutes away from that transfer burn, so stay tuned. We will bring you back in so that we can confirm that burn start live and confirmation of the burn as well.
Dragon SpaceX, no response required, but just a reminder to minimize any dynamic movements starting at this time.
Dragon copies, Wilco. And SpaceX, this is Dragon with question on align for burn.
Ready to copy.
Our event details say that we should salute to align the trunk with the forward velocity vector, and we currently are not in that configuration. Is that we're in the correct alignment?
Dragon SpaceX, yeah, that is correct. Looks like that event detail needs to be updated. This is the correct attitude. It's about 45 degrees off from velocity vector.
Okay, Dragon copies.
We are just moments away now from the transfer burn that should occur at 2:50 p.m. Pacific time, the fourth of 5 major burns in Dragon's journey to the International Space Station. Recently, the crew maneuvered Dragon, well, I should say Dragon maneuvered itself into the burn attitude. It had its solar rays pointing toward the sun, and now it's configured properly for that burn. Crew Dragon itself is now 83 meters away from the International 83 kilometers away from the International Space Station. We have quite a few checks before we get anywhere that close. And so we are standing by next for that transfer burn. We have confirmation that the burn has begun, and we will await to hear, hopefully, the term nominal.
Again, this is only a 44-second burn, so it should be ending shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal burn.
And good news, we did confirm a nominal burn.
And SpaceX from Dragon, we copy nominal burn. And can you, Jay, we didn't see the Delta V to go on the forward view, or it wasn't in the event details. Was this a burn that you guys uploaded and didn't put that information on board?
Negative. Yeah, this is a transfer burn. This is the first mid-weight burn. So there could be some deltas there. This is different than Demo 2, so we'll take a note. If you can take a picture, that'd be great. And note that the next burn will also be a midweight burn.
We didn't get it during the burn, but during the burn there was no Delta V to go, and also in the event details there was no DV to go.
Copy all. Yeah, note that the next burn will also be the same type of...
And then actually just to add to that, the duration, I know that's just an estimate, but it was definitely longer than what the estimated duration was. So without any Delta V to go to monitor, that was a little strange to see it keep going like that.
Copy all. We'll make a note and we'll discuss here and give you some words ahead of the next burn.
Okay, copy that.
And you heard the Corps talking with the crew, actually Commander Mike Hopkins relaying down some differences or discrepancies in what they saw on their data on the displays about the burn versus what occurred with the burn. It was a completely nominal burn, but the crew was unable to see the delta velocity changes that they were looking for on the displays, and so the ground team's working to make sure that they're able to see that information next time that we have a burn, which coming up will be the final co-elliptic burn. But again, as we heard, it was a nominal burn, so all good news for Dragon.
Everything looked good, and they will confirm that ahead of the next burn is what they mentioned, so look out for those comms coming up shortly.
Every pulse from the tide was a finish line. A wave race we were made to ride. You and I were first in line, and we took them by surprise. I was with you all the time. You may not realize, but I'm here. I hear you loud and clear. When we lost in our own minds, you've been keeping me near.
And what you're seeing on your screen is the live view from the International Space Station, spying Dragon resilience from a distance. Some pretty cool views there on your left-hand screen. That small dot is Dragon making its way to station.
And let's see. Looks like they are only 65 kilometers away from International Space Station now.
Getting close.
That transfer burn boosting them just a little bit closer. The view on the right-hand side of your screen is from the International Space Station as well. And the International Space Station is currently flying to the west of South America, maybe west of Ecuador. And it's flying about 261 statute miles over Earth. Before too long, you can see it getting a little dark out there. They'll be entering an orbital nighttime, and that means they are just crossing what we call the Terminator line. It's an invisible line, but it does take you from day to night. The space station orbiting Earth approximately every 90 minutes, so getting their fair share of sunrises and sunsets every day.
And we are about 30 minutes away from the next and final of the 5 major burns, that co-elliptic burn. That should begin at 3:36 p.m. Pacific time and last about 34 seconds long.
And after that final co-elliptic burn is complete, we will be complete with the rendezvous phase of the mission. The rendezvous phase is from orbital insertion until the end of this burn. The following burns will be the approach initiation burn, and that's really what sets us into our approach phase. We'll begin integrated operations shortly afterward, and that's when our teams in Houston and in Hawthorne work together to get Crew Dragon safely to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for burn.
Go ahead for the burn.
Yeah, for the final burn, if you look on your forward view, you can see that there's very little radio component to this burn, so you can expect the trunk pointing to be per your event details. Burn duration, we're predicting it to be between 25 and 35 seconds.
Okay, so we can expect the slew to the what the event details have in there, and 25 to 30 seconds for duration. Copy for the heads up. Thanks.
Yeah, good readback. And if you'd like to monitor the actual trajectory, the Dragon to ISS view is a good one to watch. And we should be going into a co-elliptic trajectory.
During copy.
And Dragon SpaceX, we're go for the burn, the final burn coming up in about 19 minutes.
And Dragon copies, go for the final burn.
And we heard those call outs that we are preparing for the final co-elliptic burn coming up in about 19 minutes or so. The crew gave the go for burn. Again, this will be the final of the 5 major burns that Dragon needs in order to start the approach. And this will maintain the 2.5 kilometers below station.
Just before we heard the Corps call up to the crew that they were go for the burn, they conducted another go, no-go poll for this specific burn. They want to make sure everybody is on page and that all systems are go before the burn. We also heard just a little bit before that, the Corps was sharing with the crew that the time for this burn could range anywhere from maybe 25 to 35 seconds, and we will learn that as it happens, maybe a little bit before, but the vehicle really knows what it needs. And so it's not necessarily something that's programmed down here in mission control, but instead the vehicle knows where it is at in space and where the space station is, and so it reconfigures the necessary burn times based on how the other burns performed.
Yeah, so very exciting. One more burn to go out of these 5 major burns. Stay tuned. We're going to hopefully hear all of those call-outs live and see how long that burn actually takes. Again, as a reminder, they did say it'll be 25 seconds to 35 seconds. And even though it is a short burn, it does go a long way, again, as we mentioned earlier. So stay tuned for the final co-elliptic burn.
Dragon SpaceX, no response required, but slew is in progress.
And Dragon copies, we see it.
And we are just about a minute away or so from that final co-elliptic burn. We should hear that call out here shortly. Again, this will be the final of the 5 major burns that Dragon has to do before we start approach for docking.
Yeah. And this burn will place Dragon into the same orbital plane as the International Space Station, about 2.5 kilometers below the station, to prepare for its its approach and autonomous docking maneuvers. So we heard the team had already been polled go for this burn, and we should be expecting that any moment now. And the burn has started. This is a short burn. We heard 25 to 35 seconds, and we will be standing by to learn the full duration of that burn.
Dragon SpaceX nominal burn.
Dragon copies.
And great news coming from the core to the crew. Nominal burn, that last major burn, the 5th and final of the rendezvous phase. And next we will be, the rendezvous phase covers all of Dragon's maneuvers from separation from Falcon 9 into this moment now. And we are getting very close to the International Space Station. As a matter of fact, it looks like we are 50 kilometers away from the International Space Station. So continuing to get closer and closer to the station and to our docking time tonight.
So as we mentioned, we did complete 5 major burns, the first of which was the phase burn, followed by the boost burn, and then the close co-elliptic burn, transfer burn, and what we just witnessed was the final co-elliptic burn. So now we are preparing to go into the approach phase of Dragon's journey to the International Space Station.
You know, we're really about an hour and 22 minutes about until we call rendezvous complete. That's the point. We should only be about 30 kilometers away from the station. And as a reminder, we are right now about 50 kilometers away from the space station. So we'll be coming up on that rendezvous complete and entering into that approach phase in just over an hour and 20 minutes from now.
Very exciting that they're getting very, very close.
I know.
Almost there, almost there.
And about an hour from now will mark the 24-hour time from when we launched yesterday. So they've been in space for almost 24 hours now. And as we mentioned, after the rendezvous is complete in about an hour and 20 minutes, we'll move into approach and docking. We'll have the approach initiation burn. That will bring Dragon from 2.5 kilometers below and 7 kilometers behind station all the way up to only 400 meters.
SpaceX for rendezvous complete time.
And go ahead for rendezvous complete time.
Yeah, we see the vehicle is showing 0100 for rendezvous complete, and that's per the timeline. Your next major milestone after that will be suit donning on schedule.
Okay, we copy that. 0100 for rendezvous complete, and then next major event suit donning at 0150. We copy all.
You just heard the Corps informing the crew about the same thing. The rendezvous complete time looking to be about 1 a.m. GMT. That's the time they're using aboard Crew Dragon and the International Space Station. And that translates to 5 p.m. Pacific time. So as we mentioned, coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes, we should be finished with that rendezvous phase. The crew can start putting on their suits. And we were talking about the approach initiation burn. So that brings Dragon directly 400 meters below the station. And it also moves Dragon inside the approach ellipsoid. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a while. But that's that invisible line. It measures 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers around the International Space Station.
And as you heard, they are going to start getting into their suits in preparation for the approach phase. As a reminder, we do only use these suits in the event of an depressurization inside of the cabin. So everything looking nominal, but just in case, they do prepare for any situation, especially especially for something as specific as the approach and docking of the vehicle and attaching to the International Space Station.
We're also starting to come up on the time that it becomes joint operations, meaning it's not just a team here in Hawthorne that's working with Dragon, but it's also the team in Houston working with the International Space Station. They join forces and start working together to make sure Dragon's approach is safe while moving up toward the International Space Station, and that the space station itself is ready to receive it. But everything we've heard so far is nothing but good news, and we continue to stand by with those 5 major burns completed for us to exit the rendezvous phase and move into approach. us on our continuing coverage of Crew Dragon's journey to the International Space Station after a successful liftoff last night at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We are here at Hawthorne, or at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, and we have seen the completion of five major burns, taking Dragon on its way to the International Space Station. Yeah, and they are almost done with the rendezvous phase. We completed all the burns for the rendezvous phase. Next up will be the approach. So in the meantime, we're going to take some questions. And this first one, how many times does the space station travel around Earth in 24 hours? The International Space Station is traveling 17,500 miles an hour around Earth, meaning they see about 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So they make an orbit every 90 minutes. So every 45 minutes, it's either light outside or it's dark outside. That's a lot of sunsets and sunrises there. I guess I get a lot of good photo ops. Yeah. A lot of golden hours. So there are 7 people on board, but there are only 6 sleeping places on the International Space Station. Where does the 7th person sleep? Well, we're going to have Dragon attached to the station, so we will make room for another bed for Mike to sleep inside of Dragon Resilience. I think that's a pretty sweet setup. I would volunteer to sleep in Crew Dragon. Same. Above which continent is the International Space Station right now? And the International Space Station is actually over the Indian Ocean at this moment, but it is off the west coast of Australia, so it's flying 266 statute miles above all of us on the good Earth. We're moving so fast. And this question, does Crew Dragon have Wi-Fi? And Crew Dragon does not have Wi-Fi. They do have communications with the ground here in Hawthorne as well as Mission Control when they need it, but no Wi-Fi. They'll be okay. They've got great views to look at. Yeah. Is there anything special we should keep an eye out for during the welcome ceremony when the crew gets to the space station? I think the special thing that we should keep an eye out for is the crew getting onto the station. Yeah, that's a great point. I like that about the welcome ceremony. You know, it is a very genuine moment. They're excited to get there. Hopefully we'll see lots of hugs all around. So it's definitely a moment to celebrate. We'll be watching closely. Yeah, and the folks on board station already are probably looking forward to having more company on board with them for the next 6 months. Especially, it's like having company come over for the holidays. Right. How do they do laundry on the International Space Station? That's a really great question. Well, the answer is they don't do laundry on the International Space Station. We have cargo resupply craft that bring up cargo for the astronauts, but when they depart, they don't necessarily land or splash down. They actually burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. So instead of putting anything that we want to return to Earth on those cargo resupply craft, we put our trash or our laundry. And another reason we don't do laundry is because water is a very precious resource in space, and so we conserve as much of it as possible. And they have a saying on the space station, yesterday's coffee is today's coffee, because all of the water on the International Space Station, whether that comes from the astronauts or whether it is vapor in the air, is recycled, purified, and reused. Keeps us from having to launch a lot of weight very frequently. Well, that's a plus. So kids, if you do not like doing laundry, just become an astronaut. What time zone does the crew operate in? The crew aboard the International Space Station, they operate in GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. There are 2 really major mission control rooms for our 2 major international partners, and that's in Houston with NASA at Johnson Space Center, and then there's also one in Russia, and that's Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. And so GMT, that time zone, is kind of in the middle of both of those, and that's what our astronauts operate on. This question, how will the astronauts celebrate Thanksgiving. I had the privilege a few years ago to go learn about how the astronauts reheat their food, and we were learning about what they might make for Thanksgiving. Sometimes we even get a special video of them showing us what their Thanksgiving meal is. So they will have a Thanksgiving meal all together. They'll get to enjoy the day off like we do. They will gather around the table and they'll open up after rehydrating all of your favorite Thanksgiving foods, anything from green beans to sweet potatoes to turkey. Don't have the specifics right now of what they'll have for dinner, but in the past, those are some of the items that we've seen.
Sounds very cool, and just about a week away from Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, that's right. Wow. Can't wait.
So we have finished the 5 major burns for the rendezvous phase. Next coming up will be the approach phase. That'll consist of several smaller burns that'll get Dragon set up and get closer and closer very meticulously to the station so that they can do a soft capture and then eventually a hard capture to the station.
And rendezvous will be officially complete at 5 p.m. Pacific, so we're looking at about 55 minutes from now. And that happens once we reach that 30-kilometer distance from the space station. And then we'll enter, as you mentioned, that approach initiation phase. Crew will have their suits on, and we will be getting very close to the space station. Approach initiation, we can also look forward to this because that's around the time we'll be getting some really cool views of Crew Dragon from the International Space Station.
Yeah, we've been seeing a little bit of it from a very far distance, so it'll be really cool to see Dragon really close to the station, see what that view looks like for the people on board.
Absolutely. So that's our next major milestone, having completed those 5 burns, looking to complete that rendezvous phase once we reach 30 kilometers around 5 p.m. Pacific.
can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. As we wait for the smoke to clear and we watch our dreams appear, I know that we can rise together. This vision that we share is ours. Together we can touch the stars. I know that we will see December. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling.
Take it apart, throw it away, put it back together again. Drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. could see clearly, looking star. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us as we continue our coverage of the Crew-1 mission to the International Space Station. Our 4 astronauts aboard Crew Dragon have just completed the rendezvous phase of their mission. That includes those 5 major burns that we were waiting for since liftoff yesterday at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The first of those burns occurred last night, the transfer burn, and we gave the crew some time to get some sleep. There was a small phase burn added in at 6:50 this morning before the next scheduled major burn, which was the boost burn. In addition, after the boost burn, we saw the close co-elliptic burn, the transfer burn, the final co-elliptic burn, and now with Crew Dragon, let's look at the data. 27 kilometers away from the International Space Station, rendezvous is complete. That coming at about 30 kilometers away from the International Space Station. The crew and Crew Dragon continue to be healthy, and we are very excited for the continuation of their mission.
Yeah, they're getting very, very close. So let's head over to Brandy in Houston for an update. Brandy, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Jesse. It's actually been a pretty quiet afternoon over here. While the Dragon crew was up and active, the International Space Station crew has been asleep. That will change pretty soon. Kate Rubins is actually shifting her sleep schedule for this mission. She normally gets up around midnight Central Time, but today she's going to start her day around 8 p.m. Central. And after a few requisite sample collections, since an astronaut guinea pig's job is never done, she'll be jumping right into the preparations for the docking with some setup of the computer monitoring system that she'll be using inside the cupola today. She will primarily just be monitoring the approach, keeping an eye on the Dragon, making sure it's where it's supposed to be at all times. But once Dragon is docked at the end of the rendezvous phase, she will be getting busy getting into the space station's side of the hatch opening procedure. Meanwhile, here on the ground, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is on the job. They are led today by Flight Director Anthony Varia. He took over for Paul Cogna today, who was watching over the space station systems earlier over the course of the afternoon. He is helped today by Capcom Megan Levins, and you'll be likely hearing her over the course of the night talking with the crew on board the International Space Station. She was also the chief training officer for the DM2 crew, Bob Bankin and Doug Hurley, so she is familiar with the SpaceX activities. This team's also been keeping an eye on Dragon's engine burns as it's refined its path to the International Space Station. And in about an hour, just after Rubins begins her day, they'll be doing their go, no-go poll for Dragon to perform its approach initiation burn, allowing it to move in past that 7.5 kilometer or 4.6 mile point that's considered a safe holding point. As Leah and Jesse have mentioned, that burn, once given, the go-ahead would take place around 8:30 p.m. Central Time. So I'll throw it back to them so that they can walk you through what the crew on board the Dragon is up to now.
Thanks, Brandy. Great to hear from you, and great to hear all the updates about the International Space Station. We are going to answer some social media questions, so if you have some, please send them in with the hashtag AskNASA. We are monitoring Twitter, and we'll try to answer all the ones that we can. This one comes from Meg asking how long before the crew can open the hatch. So once Crew Dragon docks with the International Space Station tonight, it'll be about a 13-minute docking process. And then afterward, there are a lot of checks that have to be performed on both sides of the hatch. That includes the space station and Crew Dragon. We'll see a lot of leak checks. We'll also see the pressurization of the vestibule. That's the space between Crew Dragon and the space station's A-pass hatch, or the hatch that faces out toward space. Eventually, we will have hatch opening, and so all of those checks take about 2 hours following docking.
Our next question is, what port will Dragon be docking to? So Crew-1 Dragon Resilience will be docking to the Node 2 port, forward port, on the International Space Station, and it's one of 2 of the international docking adapters on the space station.
It's also where we had Demo 1 dock last year and Demo 2 dock earlier this year, so it'll be the 3rd visit of a Crew Dragon to that port. Next question. What happens if no one's on the space station when the astronauts go up? Are they locked out, or can they operate the airlock from the outside? Good news, they would not be locked out. It has been 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station as of just a few weeks ago, November 2nd. But before that, we did have a crew coming up to the space station when no one was aboard. That was Expedition 1. And the crew can operate the hatches from their module. So when they dock, it's not requiring anybody aboard the International Space Station to take any actions. Now, we do watch the incoming vehicles as a precaution. However, the vehicle can dock autonomously on its own. So the Expedition 1 crew members were able to enter the space station and began our 20 years of continuous human presence.
Next question is, what are the astronauts on the International Space Station sleep schedules like? That's a really great question, because we know that their schedules are very meticulous, down to the 5 minutes it's planned out. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And their sleep periods look kind of similar to ours. They get a little bit of time before bed to wind down, and then they get about an 8.5-hour period of sleep time. And then afterward, they have a pre-sleep time period as well, so they get to wake up a little bit before starting an incredibly busy day, almost every day. So that's like what their sleep schedule is.
Dragon SpaceX for approach initiation.
SpaceX, go ahead for AI.
Yes, your updated AI time is 0222 UTC, and with that is approximately 15 minutes earlier than what we were predicting pre-flight, so that will, we expect, move your suit donning time frame about 15 minutes earlier as well, and we'll call you into that at the appropriate time.
Okay, copy, 0222, 15 minutes early, and also moves up suit downing 15 minutes. Thanks for the heads up.
Good read back.
Some words from the Corps here in Hawthorne, the crew operations and resources engineer to the crew aboard the International Space Station, sharing that approach initiation burn, which is the next major burn we're looking for, that should come at about 6:22 p.m. Pacific time, so about an hour from now, just over an hour from now. And that also moves up their suit donning time, so they'll start putting their suits on about 15 minutes earlier than they expected.
Looking forward to that. And in the meantime, we have another question. Have you and any mission controls slept yet? Have we slept yet? Have you slept yet, Leah?
I got in a few hours last night, but to be honest, it's almost too exciting to sleep right now.
Right.
And so, fortunately, we do work in shifts, and so mission controllers, flight controllers in Houston and in Hawthorne do get the chance to get some rest. We don't want anybody working for 24 hours straight, which the crew has now been in orbit for 24 hours now.
Yeah.
And so they only work about 8 or 9 hours a shift in mission control. That keeps everybody fresh and making their best decisions.
Yeah, that's very important with very stringent missions like this that have a lot going on. It's very important that everybody, has their rest and is thinking very clearly during these phases.
Have you slept yet, though?
I tried. I was too excited last night. I got a little bit of rest, but all very exciting, so I don't mind.
Yeah, it's the best kind of no sleep.
Right.
This question, if NASA launches another resupply ship to the International Space Station, where will it dock? Well, there's a little bit of a difference between docking and berthing. We have two places where spacecraft can dock on the International Space Station. That's those international docking adapters. And docking means the spacecraft can fly in and attach itself to the station. It doesn't really need any specific help from the crew on board. There are also 2 stations where a spacecraft can be berthed to the station. This is when we use the Canadarm2, or a crew member uses Canadarm2 in the cupola, reaches out and grapples the spacecraft, or gets a good grasp on it before bringing it into the space station. They then turn the controls over to teams on the ground, and teams on the ground berth it or attach it to the space station. So there are still some open spaces for, or I should say maybe parking spots, open parking spots on the space station. And there are also 4 spots that vehicles can dock on the Russian segment as well.
How do astronauts get haircuts while they're in space? That is a very interesting question. How do they do it?
It's one of those things that you just don't think about too often, but everybody needs a haircut sometimes, and they learn to cut each other's hair. So,
wow.
Yes, they do. Before they fly, they learn how to cut one another's hair, and for the men who have short hair, they can use sort of like a razor, but it has a vacuum attached to it so that there's some suction and there's not tiny pieces of hair flowing everywhere, because you don't want to get one of those in your eye. Yeah, so it's a little bit easier to catch those if they can get them right whenever they're clipped. So they learn how to cut hair. They cut each other's hair. They all become barbers. It's another job of an astronaut.
So many skills you have to learn to be an astronaut, but it actually sounds kind of fun.
I don't trust myself that much. So coming up, we are expecting that approach initiation burn, having completed those other 5 major burns. And these burns are what propel us toward the International Space Station, getting closer and closer. Let's take a look at the data. Right now, Crew Dragon is 26 kilometers away from the International Space Station. And we will be expecting that burn to come up at about 6:22 p.m. Pacific time. And to put that in miles, we said 25 kilometers, 26. That's 16.1 miles from the space station. So we should be able to start getting some pretty cool views of Crew Dragon as well from the station. Looking forward to that.
So just as a reminder, we did complete 5 major burns on Dragon. That is the phase burn. If you're following along on the screen, that's the phase burn, the close co-elliptic burn, then the transfer burn, followed by the final co-elliptic burn. And now we are entering into the approach burn, which will swing Dragon up in front of the International Space Station, as you can kind of see on that graphic. And then there's a number of checkpoints that the vehicle will be checking in as it gets closer and closer to the space station prior to the soft capture and hard capture of the Dragon to the station.
And so far, we have seen the completion of those burns like you talked about. Those use a combination of the thrusters on Dragon, being the service section thrusters around Dragon itself. Additionally, those forward bulkhead thrusters under the nose cone, a combination of those are used for those burns. And now we have some more to look forward to. One is the approach out of plane burn. This can be skipped by Dragon if we realize that we don't necessarily need the burn, and the vehicle decides that for itself. It knows exactly where it is in space. That would be coming up at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see if it's necessary. And then at 6:05 p.m. Pacific time, we'll be looking for the go, no-go for the approach initiation burn. This really sets us on course to link up, or to get even closer to the space station. That approach initiation burn would be at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, so about an hour and 10 minutes from now, and that would be about a 90-second burn. There may also be an approach initiation mid-course burn, and this is a fine-tuning maneuver, another one that Crew Dragon makes the determination of what it really needs. It might need a small burn, it might need a significant burn to put it exactly where we want to be on the approach to the International Space Station. At 7:05 p.m. Pacific, we'll be looking for the go, no-go to approach to waypoint 1. Now, waypoint 1 moves Dragon directly in front of the station. It's about 220 meters away at this point, and it's directly in front of its docking port. That's the Node 2 forward port. Before we go to waypoint 1, we need to get that pole, but we'll actually be around waypoint 0. That's 400 meters below, and that occurs at 7:15 p.m. Pacific time. At 7:29 p.m. Pacific time, we will have a go, no-go to approach waypoint 2, and this is when we're getting really close to the International Space Station. Waypoint 2 is only 20 meters from the station, and Dragon will focus on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter. It'll take about 5 minutes from Dragon to get from waypoint 2 to the International Space Station, so it's a short journey, but from that 20-meter mark, just about 5 minutes. And just before Crew Dragon docks with the International Space Station, we might hear a call out. We will hear the call out CHOP. That's crew hands off point. That would be coming at 7:59 in 35 seconds p.m. Pacific time. It's very specific right now because that's about 2 meters before contact. And we're looking for contact and capture of Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX. Dragon is 7 minutes from an out-of-plane burn.
Minutes to the out-of-plane burn, thanks.
And we are also less than 2.5 hours from the earliest docking time.
We copy, less than 2.5 to earliest docking. Thank you for the heads up.
Getting really close, and they took the words right out of my mouth. We'll be looking for contact and capture around 8 p.m. Pacific time, so we'll be standing by for that. And then docking will be complete once those hard hooks have finished driving, or giving us hard capture, I should say, around 8:13 p.m. Pacific time. And those are variable times. But we also heard that we are expecting an approach out of plane burn coming up shortly. The CPU, Dragon's computer, has determined that that will be necessary just to put them on the proper path as we continue our journey toward the International Space Station. So stay tuned with us. We are covering every step of Dragon's journey. And with that call, we know the OOP burn, or the out of plane burn, is complete. That was a tentative burn. We didn't necessarily know if we would need it once we got on orbit or not. But Crew Dragon is a very smart vehicle, and it can make that call on its own. It constantly knows where the International Space Station is and its own place in space, so it's not necessarily programmed in by the flight controllers here on the ground or punched in by the crew on orbit, but the vehicle puts it in the exact place it needs to be for the upcoming approach initiation burn. That will be at 6:22 p.m. Pacific time.
Got some really cool views here. On your left-hand screen is Station looking at Dragon, that very bright spot on the screen. But on your right-hand screen, that is Dragon looking at the station.
Yeah.
So really cool views of them looking at each other. They're close enough where they can see each other both in sight now.
Yeah, getting their first glimpse of each other, I guess. We've been able to see a few views of Crew Dragon from the space station before now. But the first time that we've seen Station from Crew Dragon, so getting ever closer. And we're looking about 2.5 hours away from docking now. Crew Dragon is currently 15 miles away from the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for suit donning and status.
And go ahead for suit donning.
You are go to perform suit donning per procedure 4.010. We have already gone external with cameras. Please just let us know when we can come back on board. Additionally, reminder to power off and clean your displays using your comfort garment, then power back on as a part of your suit donning. Also, due to the ISS sleep period, we plan to delay the big loop configuration and comm checks a bit, now planning this for approximately 0200 UTC. Finally, we are expecting an extended period of Radicom on TETRAS from 156 UTC to 208 UTC. How copy?
Okay, we copy. We're not going to configure for the big loop until 02, I think you said 22.
0200.
Go for 4.010 suit donning and audio configuration. We'll let you know when you can come back on board and copy on RADI TETRAS.
And the big loop comm time is 0200 UTC.
Okay, 0200 for big loop.
We are just over 2 hours from docking, and the crew is getting ready to get back into their spacesuits for the rendezvous and docking. And we'll be looking for integrated operations to begin. SpaceX flight controllers closely coordinating maneuvers with the teams in Houston. The ground controllers initiate and monitor the preparations for the approach, including establishing communications with the station and initializing the spacecraft's navigation sensors to prepare for autonomous docking.
We're getting very close to getting the go-ahead for approach. During the approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system, which stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to station.
And we are in those integrated operations, so teams working together. And the next call-outs we hope to hear will be at the top of the hour. We'll be looking for big loop communications. We've heard that a couple of times from the Corps. That refers to communications with the space station from the Crew Dragon spacecraft, those vehicles being able to share telemetry and communications with each other. And we want to hold on that a little bit because the crew aboard the International Space Station is actually still asleep right now. And we don't want to wake them up just yet if we don't have to. So those will be the next comms we will probably hear. And then afterward, we'll be looking for that approach initiation burn coming up at about 6:22 p.m. Pacific time.
shadows above a town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down, and the shadows above the town. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down, and the shadows above the town. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning. Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. symphony. You and I, we got history, yeah.
everyone. Thanks for joining us for this live coverage of Crew Dragon on its way to the International Space Station with the Crew-1 crew. And you're getting views of both of those vehicles right now. On your left-hand side is a view of Crew Dragon from the space station, and on your right-hand side is a view of the space station from Crew Dragon. So getting a look at each other as they get closer and closer. They are now in the approach initiation phase, having left that rendezvous phase behind whenever they reached 30 kilometers away from the International Space Station. And we are still answering your questions with the hashtag AskNASA as we wait for some upcoming approach milestones. The next big one of those being the approach initiation burn at 6:22 p.m. Pacific. But this first question is, what is the pressure difference between Dragon and the International Space Station? The pressure in the vehicles should be similar, somewhat similar. We're looking at about 14.2 psi on the station right now. And to put that into perspective, 14.7 is about what we're used to at sea level on Earth. So we try and keep that atmosphere similar. It can vary by a few tenths of a degree.
Got another question. Can the astronauts smell and taste normally in space? Huh.
Yeah, you wouldn't, it's not the first thing you think about, maybe being altered by space exploration, but the astronauts' sense of smell is slightly altered once they arrive at the station, and that makes tasting a little bit more difficult as well. So I know they like being able to put spices on their foods, hot sauce, things like that, so that way it makes them just a little bit stronger because they do lose a little bit of that sense of smell once they arrive.
Oh. Got another question. Since the SpaceX suits are not EVA suits designed for outside the station, which space suits would they be wearing for outside?
So good point. These are very different suits. These SpaceX suits are meant to be worn inside, and as Jesse mentioned, they are really meant for any sort of depressurization of the cabin, which we never planned for, but that is why we wear them. We have EVA suits, as you mentioned, for trips outside. EVA is extravehicular activity or spacewalk. These are those bigger white suits you're used to. They're a little bit harder to move around in, but they have many layers of protection against the vacuum of space and, of course, the varying temperatures experienced in space as well.
Got another question. How come you can't see stars from the International Space Station, but on Earth we can look up and see the stars? So actually, you can see stars from the International Space Station. I think even in those views that we were showing earlier, looking at Dragon, you could see the stars from the space station. But looking at the station, we got a lot of sun beaming into the camera, so it was really hard to see the stars in the background. But you can still see the stars, probably even better out in space.
Yeah, because you're really not exposed to as much light pollution on the International Space Station. Highly encourage you to go follow the space station on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, because sometimes the astronauts take beautiful photos of the Earth at night. They can see the aurora borealis and the stars, the Milky Way sometimes. It's pretty amazing.
Got another question. Do the solar panels produce enough energy for the International Space Station, or do they have to rely on another source for power? If so, what is that source?
The solar panels are massive on the International Space Station, and so they do collect all of the energy that we use on board. But what happens when we go into the dark? So when we go into the dark, when we're in the light, the International Space Station is using those solar panels and channeling some of that energy through a BCDU. That's a battery charge discharge unit. So there are some batteries that hold that power, and then when we're in the dark, that battery charge...
The ground is go for approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly. The expected maneuver start time is 0222 UTC.
Okay, we copy. Go for the approach initiation 0222 UTC.
Great news there from the Corps to the crew. There was a poll conducted here, and the team was go for the approach initiation burn. Likewise, now that we're in integrated operations, a poll was also conducted in Houston, and they are go for the approach initiation burn as well.
And confirming that 6:22 p.m. Pacific time is when that burn should begin. We've got another question. How long can astronauts stay at the International Space Station and in space? Mrs. Reed's 8th grade science class is wondering.
That's a good question. And so far, we've had an astronaut stay almost a full year on the International Space Station. We actually had an astronaut and a cosmonaut back in 2015, spent almost an entire year on the International Space Station. The longest stay ever was Valery Polyakov for 437 days on Space Station Mir. So that's the record. But we do these long duration stays because, you know, our future goal is to go on even longer duration missions to the moon and to Mars. And so that's going to require us to really understand how the human body adapts to microgravity.
That's a long time, a little over a year, is that
Yeah.
right? And Crew 1 is going to be there for 6 months, so less than half of that, but
Still a long time.
they'll build up their tolerance to get there.
This question from Brantley, could Dragon be manually docked?
Yes, Dragon was designed to be autonomous, but it was also designed in case of any emergency or any necessity that the crew on board can manually dock if needed. And they do all of that training here in Hawthorne in the crew training room. You know, they practice docking just in case, but it is autonomous, so in the best scenario, they don't have to manually dock.
station on 2 for the status.
Okay, just wanted to give you a heads up. We're about 8 minutes ahead on the timeline, and we will be configuring the big loop shortly, so you will have a comm connection with Dragon here in a few minutes.
Okay, copy on the big loop, and that'll be on 2, correct?
That's correct. We'll do comm checks on 2.
All right.
Dragon SpaceX. On Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
The 144K bidirectional link has been established. Please change your push-to-talk destination to ISS and then initiate a comm check.
Dragon copies in work. And this is Dragon, comm the big loop.
Dragon SpaceX, I hear you loud and clear. How me?
And I've got you loud and clear as well.
Great to hear. Please initiate a comm check with ISS to confirm that path. Thank you.
Roger that. Okay, station, this is Dragon, comm check on the big loop.
And Houston Station, this is Kate. I heard you, but I have not heard Dragon yet.
Copy all, Kate. We're checking.
Thanks.
And station, this is Dragon, comm check on the big loop.
Oh, what a good voice to hear. Dragon, this is Station. I've got you loud and clear.
Hey, Kate, it's good to hear your voice as well.
And SpaceX from Dragon, and smooth sounding 4.5. This is the pilot smooth comm check.
Great news there from Crew Dragon and the International Space Station. Both now have communications with one another. We heard the excitement in Kate Rubin's voice getting that comm check with Commander Mike Hopkins.
So we're going to check in with Brandy over in Mission Control Houston. How's it going over there, Brandy?
Things are good over here. Thanks so much. Yeah, as you heard, Kate Rubens is awake now and jumping straight into her day. Now that she's got those comm checks done, the first thing that she'll be doing is closing the shutters on the cupola to keep the windows protected from any contamination that might occur during the Dragon's approach. She can open them up for a look if she needs to, but primarily she'll be using computers inside the cupola to monitor the Dragon as it comes in closer to the International Space Station for docking. She'll be just making sure that it's where it's supposed to be at all times as it does get closer and closer over the course of the night. Her work will really pick up, though, after docking. That's when it's time to open the space station side of the hatch, and she's got a lot of work to do for that. I do want to warn you that the hatch opening won't take place right away after docking. There are quite a number of steps that we have to go through to get those two crews all on the same side of the hatch. First, Rubens will start by opening the hatch between the Harmony node and the pressurized mating adapter. That's a kind of a short tunnel that connects the Harmony node to the International docking adapter, which is what's going to allow the Dragon to dock to the International Space Station. But before that hatch is open, the small space between the station side and the Dragon side has to be pressurized. You'll hear that called the vestibule over the course of the night. Up until docking, it will have been exposed to the vacuum of space, so they need to fill it up with air and make sure the air pressure matches that on the other sides of those two hatches, the space station and the Dragon. So that takes a little while, but in the meantime, we are growing ever closer to being able to see all members of the Dragon crew joining the Expedition 64 crew on board the International Space Station. Getting a little closer, so I'll throw it back now to Hawthorne so they can give you an update on the approach initiation burn as we wait.
Thanks, Brandy. Great to hear from you, and great to hear that things are going well on the International Space Station side. We copy that docking to hatch opening time will take a couple of hours, and we will be here for every single second of it. Coming up next, we will be looking for the approach initiation burn, and that should come around 6:22 p.m. Pacific time.
Sejam bem-vindos a bordo aí do canal Golf Oscar Romeo e vamos acompanhar mais um acoplamento aí de uma cápsula a bordo aí com 4 astronautas, né? Sendo 3 norte-americanos e um japonês. Então quem acompanhou ontem aí o lançamento aí do foguete, o Falcon 9, levando aí a cápsula Crew Dragon. Para quem perdeu aí o lançamento, o vídeo está no canal. Aproveite aí para deixar o seu like. Exatamente o pudim bugado aí à esquerda aí, ó, Crew-1. Tem ali, ó, a identificação ali é a imagem aí da Estação Espacial Internacional, apontando aí já para a cápsula, né? Então está previsto aí daqui dentro de 10 minutos aí a aproximação. Vamos acompanhando aqui, aproveite para deixar o seu like, inscreva-se no canal se você ainda não é inscrito. Isso ajuda a gente aí a crescer cada vez mais. O ponto é a cápsula, o pudim. Esse ponto que estamos vendo aí na imagem da esquerda já é a cápsula a caminho aí da ISS, né? International Space Station. Então, acompanhamos ontem aí o lançamento, né? Direto aí do Kennedy Space Center na Flórida. Então, se você perdeu aí, aproveite aí para procurar o vídeo no canal. E essa daí é mais uma missão histórica, né, para o mundo, né? Então é o primeiro voo operacional aí tripulado da cápsula Crew-1 da SpaceX a serviço da NASA. Lembrando aí que tem a bordo aí 3 astronautas norte-americanos e um japonês. Tem entre eles aí uma mulher, né? A Shannon Walker, o Victor Glover, o Michael Hopkins, que são da NASA, e o Soichi Noguchi, da Agência Espacial Japonesa. Fazem parte aí dos astronautas aí que estão a caminho aí da Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que o lançamento deveria ter ocorrido no sábado, porém aí foi adiado aí para o domingo e ocorreu com sucesso ontem, né? Ah, o Sky tá perguntando aí, na verdade eu é que comi bola aqui, o Sky Eagles. Então eu fui acompanhando aqui, fui ouvindo eles falando, agora mais pro final, né? E aí eu fiz o ajuste aqui. Então, peço desculpas aí, mas é melhor ajustar a tempo do que perder aí o... Então, essa é a previsão aí para aproximação, né? Na verdade, eles falaram aí 2 horas e 22 minutos UTC. Então, seriam aí 23 horas e 22 minutos, horário de Brasília. Lembrando aí que na aviação, a gente costuma utilizar aí a hora UTC, ou como é comum aí para os pilotos, né, e controladores, é a hora Zulu. Então lembrando aí que já temos aí uma previsão aí para mais um lançamento da cápsula Crew-2, a cápsula Crew-Dragon, que foi designada aí como Crew-2, já está nos planos aí para 2021. Ah, bacana. Realmente eu comi bola aqui, e aí eu fui acompanhando mais agora pro final e eles foram comentando aí, né? Eu tentei achar em algum local, né, algum site aqui, mas eu não consegui encontrar aqui em lugar nenhum, né? Algo que fosse preciso, né, para que eu pudesse Então eu fui ouvindo e não, nessa missão aqui, você fala de 2021, Sky Eagles? Eu vou até dar uma pesquisada aqui, mas eu tô bem por fora. Vamos ver aqui, ó, Crew. Ó, acabei de olhar aqui, o Sky Eagles. Então, para Crew 2, será aí 2 americanos, um japonês e um francês. Então eu procurei aqui já a informação e já vi aí que não vai ser dessa vez aí que teremos aí um brasileiro, né? E tem um alemão aí, caso haja alguma desistência entre o japonês e o francês. Então tem um alemão na reserva aí. Show de bola aí, o Cláudio aí, dizendo que o Elon Musk é o nosso Arquimedes. Cara, esse cara não tem... Impressionante, não. O que ele conseguiu fazer, o que ele tem feito, né? Imagina a hora que o Starlink, né, que é é o programa de internet que ele tem lançado aí. Vira e mexe tem lançamento de Falcon 9 para liberação de Starlink. Então tá pretendendo levar a internet a qualquer lugar do planeta, né? Ah, já foi corrigido sim o Sky Eagles. Então foi encontrado aí o vazamento de ar, né? Que estava tirando a paz aí da tripulação aí a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Então eles descobriram aí que o ar estava vazando aí de um compartimento de trabalho cilíndrico do módulo de serviço dos Zvezda. Então a descoberta foi feita no dia 29, tá? Deixa eu ver aqui quando foi essa matéria aqui ao ar. Então foi descoberta no dia 29 de setembro o vazamento. E o Zvezda é o principal módulo, né, do lado russo da Estação Espacial Internacional.
So what you can see on your screen is the astronauts getting suited up and strapped into their seats. They're preparing for that approach initiation burn. Looks like they're almost ready.
Yeah, we're getting really close now. That'll be scheduled actually from a minute from now, 6:22 p.m. Pacific time. We'll be looking for that burn to occur.
Olha que bacana, aí já estão se preparando, né, para o acoplamento.
And that will
E agora,
cluster the fire on Dragon to it's currently about 2.5 kilometers below.
então esse nome estranho aí é o principal módulo, né, do lado russo da Estação Espacial Internacional, que é onde aí os membros da tripulação vivem e trabalham. Então é um local crítico, né?
The first checkpoint is called the approach ellipsoid, or as you might hear it called the AE. It's an imaginary shape measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers, essentially a large three-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside the approach ellipsoid, the capsule is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its trajectory would move inside the approach ellipsoid.
So that go for the approach initiation burn was also the go for moving inside that approach ellipsoid. And that means things are all checking out well on Dragon. We are standing by, listening for that call that the approach initiation burn has begun. Currently looking about an hour and 40 minutes from docking.
Olha, eu não sei te dizer, hein, o Sky, mas eu sei que a Rússia e os Estados Unidos aí são...
seconds for this burn and an amazing photo here, or video I should say, of the International Space Station from Crew Dragon becoming ever clearer as it gets closer.
Yeah, you can really see it now. Before it
Existe
looked
uma
kind of
foto
just like
no...
a bright light. Now you can kind of see the shape of the station there.
Existe uma foto aqui publicada na Wikipedia. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo passar para vocês aqui. Que ela especifica aí os módulos, né, da Estação Espacial Internacional. Só um minutinho que eu vou passar aqui o link.
Dragon,
tá aí o
SpaceX
link, ó.
on the big loop. Burn complete, nominal burn, and reminder to review your impulsive retreat recovery cue cards.
Exatamente, o Ike Aguiar. Eu também não entendi a questão, né? Mas eu entendo que seria aí... tá previsto aí para 02, 2 horas e 22 minutos Zulu, né? Ou TC. Então, acho que foi por isso que todo mundo confundiu, né?
And communications from Crew Dragon and the International Space Station letting them know they can review some back-away procedures if need be. However,
então, boa noite a todos aí que estão chegando. Aproveitem para deixar o like, se inscrevam no canal aí. Isso ajuda bastante aí o crescimento do canal. Sigam também aí a nossa rede do Instagram. Lembrando que no Instagram é onde a gente consegue compartilhar aí rapidamente, né, as novidades. Então sejam todos bem-vindos a mais essa transmissão. Mais um acompanhamento aí de um lançamento tripulado, né? Conforme eu havia comentado anteriormente, estamos aí com 3 astronautas norte-americanos e um japonês.
Should arrive at waypoint 0, that 400 meters below station in just 42 minutes.
E é o Black Kick.
That's the first checkpoint the vehicle can hold
então, tá falando que o áudio tá baixo, mas é porque eu tô para não concorrer com o áudio da SpaceX, então eu diminuo um pouco aqui o volume para que vocês possam me ouvir.
We'll do a go no go to approach to waypoint 1 before we arrive at waypoint 0, because as I mentioned, waypoint 0 is not necessarily a hold point if everything is still looking good. So we'll also be looking to hear that go for waypoint 1, and waypoint 1 is what moves when Dragon moves directly
bacana,
in front of the
Sky
station,
Eagles.
it'll be about 220 meters away at that
Show de
point,
bola, brigadão aí
and directly in front of its docking port,
por
which is the
acompanhar aí o
node 2
canal. Eu
forward
tenho
port.
transmitido, né, esses lançamentos que eu acho muito bacana e tem sido recorrente, né? Olha que bacana ali as imagens nos displays, né, já tem a trajetória.
As a reminder, all of these burns are happening autonomously. The crew is simply monitoring, as you said, using those display panels. They're not controlling Crew Dragon at this point. They do have the option to do so if they needed to, but as we mentioned, the vehicle's been performing well and putting us right on track where we need to be.
Yeah, makes the ride pretty easy.
Lembro sim, o Sky Eagles. É o Baby Yoda ali flutuando, cara. Pode até ser, viu? Eu não sei o que eles estão clicando aí, só para ver a parte externa, né, da cápsula.
Is a view inside of the capsule. On your left side is Mike Hopkins, and on your right is Victor Glover.
Para o infinito e além. Toy Story.
Aboard Crew Dragon, and as we mentioned earlier, we are now in integrated operations, meaning there's a whole other control room in play, and that's Mission Control Houston, the view right here. They are monitoring everything aboard the International
Show de bola, eu não sei
Space
porque eles
Station.
ficam
They're both
passando essas
conducting
imagens
these
aí, né?
polls that
Deveriam
we're
deixar
mentioning
direto ali
because we are in
na
integrated
aproximação,
operations. We want
né?
to make sure both
Aí,
sides are
agora
go
sim.
before we move Crew Dragon closer to the International Space Station. We've gotten all goes for all of those polls tonight so far. And the next poll coming up should be for Waypoint 1.
Olha que bacana, agora que eu percebi, ele tem um espelho ali no punho direito. Então, agora a gente tem a imagem aí da Estação Espacial. Deveria mostrar outra imagem, né? Da cápsula visualizando a Estação Internacional. Tem um boneco flutuando ali embaixo, ó. Não sei se vocês estão percebendo. Então, Sky Eagles, é o mesmo... É o Crew Dragon, é a mesma cápsula, tá? Então... Só que esse daí já está a serviço da NASA. Foi designado aí como Crew-1. Então é tudo do Elon Musk. Então está sendo aí a serviço da NASA. Está sendo utilizado aí pela NASA. O foguete e a cápsula aí da SpaceX. Mas essa é uma missão da NASA.
And SpaceX,
Station, go ahead.
and sorry, Kate, that was for SpaceX. We're getting ready to start our seat leak checks.
Copy.
Olha, deixa eu ver se eu consigo achar essa resposta para você aqui, ó. Se alguém souber aí. Exatamente, o Madruga falou 26 mil quilômetros aí, mas isso aí foi durante o lançamento, né? Precisa entender bem essa questão, o Sky Eagles, para ver se tem aceleração, né? Provavelmente sim, e não deve ser muito não, tá? Porque da mesma forma que eles estão girando aí, tudo que está ao seu redor também está teoricamente girando aí na mesma velocidade. Então eles devem ter alguns acionamentos aí não bruscos, né? Tanto que quando a cápsula estiver se aproximando aí do acoplamento, vocês vão visualizar aí, parece umas fumacinhas, né? Então são pequenos desvios, né, que são realizados aí para corrigir aí a trajetória. Então vamos aguardando aqui. Eu vou aproveitar para pedir o like de vocês aí. Vou deixar aqui também o Instagram aqui do nosso canal. Então sigam aí o nosso Instagram. Então tá previsto aí. Deixa eu ver aqui qual que vai ser o período, né, da permanência dessa missão. Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. É, exatamente, o Madruga tem razão, é 27.700 km por hora, né? Aqui está dizendo aqui nas características, né, da Estação Espacial Internacional que ela encontra-se aí em uma órbita baixa de 408 por 418 quilômetros, que possibilita aí de ser vista da Terra a olho nu. Então, se alguém aí já visualizou a Estação Espacial Internacional, deixe aí nos comentários, porque até hoje eu não consegui visualizar ela não. Olha que informação bacana aí, ela completa aí 15,7 órbitas por dia. Então ela dá 15 voltas aí na Terra. Ah, tá dizendo que já viu por filmagem. Eu vou tentar, de alguma forma, eu adquirir um equipamento. Eu preciso só investir depois, futuramente, o valor que é arrecadado aqui no canal, né, de superchat, das doações de vocês aí. Eu procuro aí sempre reverter isso na melhoria aqui dos equipamentos. Eu acabei de adquirir aí um equipamento para melhorar a comunicação e captação da comunicação aérea. E E existe um aplicativo que ele mostra quando e onde está passando a Estação Espacial Internacional. E aí dá para tentar ver se a gente consegue captar aí uma troca de comunicação. Eles mutaram ali para a gente o áudio, né? Então tá sem áudio aí da SpaceX. É bem observado, viu, Madruga? Então quando ele atinge aí a velocidade dos 27.000, 27.700, ele já corta os motores para... Já vai permanecer aí nessa velocidade. Então eu acho que estava correto aí a questão do acoplamento aí ser meia-noite e pouco, né? E 11h22 aí foi o início da aproximação, né? Então vamos aguardar mais um pouco. Deve ser bacana, hein? Imagina quebrar todas as vidraças aí da... Estivemos aí recentemente também em Brasília para acompanhar aí o caça, né? O novo caça brasileiro, o Gripen. Porém, não tivemos aí a oportunidade de presenciar aí a quebra da barreira do som, né? Vamos ver se ainda a gente presencia isso aí e traz aí pro canal para vocês. Se alguém também já teve a oportunidade de presenciar isso aí, se puder comentar pra gente como foi a sua experiência, né? Então, silêncio no rádio aqui, então, das imagens aí da SpaceX. Deixa eu aproveitar aqui. Assim que estivermos aí nos aproximando do... Ah, mas deve ser muito bacana mesmo, quebrando aí a vidraça aí. Deve ser muito legal, né? Então vamos aguardando aqui, vamos ver se é... Show de bola aí, o grande amigo Bill aí. Doou R$10 aí, né? Tá perguntando que horas é o dock. Eles não informaram aqui, não consegui pelo menos captar aqui o áudio, Bill, mas a aproximação iniciou às 22 horas e 22 minutos. Estava previsto aí, até onde eu consegui captar aqui as informações, que está previsto o dock para meia-noite, aproximadamente meia-noite e 30 aí. Então valeu aí o Guilherme Bacelar aí, grande amigo Bill, fez a contribuição com R$10 aí pra gente. Já vai aí para aquisição aí da nova antena pro meu brinquedinho novo aqui, pra gente captar aí as informações, né? A comunicação aérea. Eu estou estudando aí a possibilidade de transmitir isso ao vivo aqui no canal. Pretendo deixar um dia aí, durante a tarde, um período da tarde, sintonizado aí no aeroporto aqui de Congonhas, mas eu estou estudando para ver se isso é permitido ou não, pois o objetivo não é prejudicar ninguém, mas eu preciso saber se existe alguma proibição de se fazer isso, né? Eu sei que a rádio escuta ela é permitida, porém eu não sei informar se ela é permitida aí a transmissão aí ao vivo, né? Em outros canais.
The Crew Dragon vehicle as Crew-1 continues to make their way to the station. They launched at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, have completed the 5 major burns, exited the rendezvous phase, and are now approaching the space station. We're looking at docking coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes, potentially, and that's a flexible time. And we, before that, though, have an approach initiation mid-course burn. That should be in about 4 minutes from now. About 14 minutes from now, the teams will do a go, no-go for the vehicle to move to waypoint 0. That is
Se eu entendi bem aí o que ela comentou aí, então a aproximação ocorrerá em 40 minutos.
Afterward, they will do the go, no-go to approach waypoint 2. That's coming up at 7:29 p.m. Pacific, and waypoint 2 is when the vehicle is just 20 meters away from the International Space Station. So that's the last hold point for the vehicle.
And then after waypoint 0, they will approach even closer, do a go, no-go pull for docking. And then after that go, no-go pull will be when they depart from waypoint 2 and then do a crew hands off point check. And then initiate contact, which will be first a soft capture, followed by a hard capture, completing docking.
Yeah, and that crew hands-off point is a reminder to the crew. It's just a call from the teams here to the ground. It's a reminder to the crew to, if they are maneuvering the vehicle in any way, obviously they're not, or they shouldn't be because it's autonomous, but to not maneuver the vehicle anymore. It comes about when Crew Dragon's about 2 meters away from the docking port just before that soft capture. So we're looking at about 2 minutes and 40 seconds now until that mid-course maneuver. Crew Dragon will execute the burn, putting it exactly where it needs to be to begin the next step of the approach sequence. We also heard recently the crew, as you saw earlier, were in their suits, and they'll be in their suits until after docking. We heard that they had 4 good suit leak checks, so that's always good news coming from the crew. And we are standing by for that next burn, the mid-course maneuver.
Show de bola aí o Sky Eagles aqui. Eu não comentei nada porque eu tava aguardando para deixar elas falarem, né? Mas fica imaginando aí se um dia um astronauta sem querer se desprende da estação, né? Sai flutuando pelo espaço, o que seria que iria acontecer com ele, né? Posso até fazer uma brincadeira que ele ia ter que soltar uns gases aí para poder direcionar aí para pousar na Terra, né? Para fazer a reentrada, mas é uma brincadeira. Eu não sei nem se existe alguma estratégia, né? Para esse tipo de acontecimento aí futuro aí que possa vir a acontecer por uma falha, sei lá. Mas graças a Deus aí tudo correndo bem, mas ia ser bem cômico, né? Será que aquela cadeira do Perdido em Marte que a mulher utiliza para segurar existe? Segurar ele existe? Na cena do resgate? Cara, pode ser que exista sim, mas...
And we've got confirmation that the approach initiation mid-course burn has begun.
We are standing by for the timing on that burn, but that did happen on time, and once it's complete, the next milestone we'll be looking for is the go, no go poll for the approach to waypoint 0.
Just standing by for the confirmation for that approach initiation mid-course burn, which has already begun.
And once this burn is complete, as we mentioned, we'll have the go, no go for waypoint 0. That will put us about 400 meters below station. Once we reach it, this is the first checkpoint. The vehicle doesn't have to hold here. It can continue on if all of the systems check out. And once it continues on, it will go to waypoint 1.
Dragon, SpaceX on the Big Loop, burn complete, nominal burn. The trajectory has converged on waypoint 0.
And Dragon copies, good burn and conversion on waypoint 0. Good news.
Good news for a good burn. And that will put us in line with where we need to be for waypoint 0, 400 meters below the station. We will also move to waypoint 1 shortly after. That's where Dragon moves in front of the station, approximately 220 meters away, and directly in front of the docking port, the Node 2 forward port. They'll also need a go at that time to move inside the keep out sphere. That's a invisible line with a 200-meter radius around the International Space Station. They'll need to make sure Dragon is 4 orbits safe, or about 6 hours safe. If any of its thrusters were to fail for some reason, meaning it wouldn't move inside the keep out sphere during that time period. And after we reach waypoint 1, our next destination will be waypoint 2, only 20 meters away from the International Space Station and the very last hold point before we move on in.
And after waypoint 2, there will be a go, no go pull before docking begins. But that should happen very shortly after we reach waypoint 2. And then docking should occur just a few minutes after that.
Yeah, it'll take about 5 minutes to get from that 20-meter hold point, waypoint 2, into docking. And the first call we'll hear just before docking is CHOP, crew hands off point, meaning that they should not execute any maneuvers for Dragon. Pretty much exactly, means exactly what it sounds like. And then we'll look for soft capture. Soft capture call means that the soft capture ring has come in contact with the international docking adapter. That ring will retract, bring Crew Dragon in, and then we will wait for 12 hooks to drive to give us the hard capture.
And once docking is complete, it will take a little bit for the APAS hatch to open and Dragon hatch to open, but that should occur, about an hour, maybe an hour and a half after docking has completed. So there are a few checks that they do have to still do after docking is complete and confirmed, but shortly after that, they'll be able to enter the station.
Yeah, those leak checks ever important when we are talking about the vacuum of space. So those will occur during the time that Crew Dragon is docked. The crew will also get an opportunity to doff or take off their suits, get into those more comfortable clothes again before they float into their new home for the next 6 months. But as you just heard, we have
Vou diminuir pouco o áudio aqui. O Thiago Silveira está perguntando se já acoplou, ainda não. Já está aí já muito próximo, hein, da Estação Espacial Internacional e então daqui 5 minutos aí vai ter o go no go. Então tá quase lá então. Agora eles provavelmente vão diminuir o áudio aí. Espero que eles voltem aí para a imagem aí da cápsula. Então vou aproveitar aqui para pegar uma água. Aproveitem para deixar o like. Se inscreva no canal se você ainda não é inscrito. Eu acredito que não, viu, Skyegos? Eu acredito que eles provavelmente não vão se aproximar, né? Vão se distanciar um pouquinho. Mas eu não acredito que que seria realizado um retorno, não. Tô até vendo aqui se eu acho algo sobre esse assunto aqui, mas até o Bill aí se puder me ajudar aí. Seja bem-vindo aí, Adalberto. Boa noite. Vamos aí, chegou quase na hora aí para fazer o acoplamento aí da Crew-1. Já estão em fase de aproximação. Olha que beleza. Perdemos as imagens.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The ground is go for approach 0. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly. Expected maneuver start time is 0309 UTC. Reminder that Dragon will nominally continue approach through waypoint 1 toward waypoint 2 without stopping at waypoint 1.
Okay, Dragon copy 0309. You will be enabling the approach 0 shortly, and it will not stop. And we see the approach allowed now.
Good readback.
Eu não entendi o que eles falaram aí, mas eu ouvi o 0309 as...
Station Houston, expect to start monitoring Dragon in approximately 25 minutes.
Olha que bacana.
25 minutes, thank you.
As imagens. Então alguma coisa ocorrerá aí à meia-noite e 9. Olha que bacana, eles vão manter Então, à esquerda aí é a Estação Espacial Internacional, visualizando aí a cápsula, e à direita aí é o contrário, né? Seria a cápsula visualizando a Estação Espacial Internacional. Aí, agora sim, ó.
To proceed to waypoint 0, and if everything checks out, they will also move through waypoint 0, which is 400 meters below station. They'll pass through waypoint 1 as well, and head on to waypoint 2. And waypoint 2 is 20 meters away from the space station. So we expect to reach waypoint 0 about 9 minutes from now.
O bacana é que a cápsula ela tem também ali as luzes, né, de orientação, a verde e a vermelha. Vocês vão notar isso aí daqui a pouquinho. Tem uma strobo também que fica piscando, ó. Olha que imagem sensacional, hein? Olha isso. Caracas, meu, que imagem. O Sky Eagles está perguntando que um astronauta vai em média quantas vezes ao espaço durante sua carreira? Olha, parabéns aí pelas perguntas aí, cara. Você faz perguntas muito interessantes aí, viu? Eu particularmente aí não sei te informar, viu, Skyros? Mas geralmente aí... Deixa eu ver se eu consigo pegar o histórico aqui dos astronautas. Para te passar aqui.
As we saw earlier, the crew is inside Crew Dragon, suited up in their seats, strapped in, and they will be arriving at waypoint 0 in it looks like about 7 minutes.
Just such a cool view of Dragon from the station, looking down as it's passing over Earth. They are moving pretty quickly. Now that you can see Dragon in view, you can see how fast it is moving against the background of Earth there.
And Dragon is approaching station now at ½ meter per second. A bit slower than we were seeing earlier, but that's because we are so much closer to station now. We have to make every single maneuver very fine-tuned, very deliberate.
Bom, não consegui encontrar aqui o Skyros, mas depois eu vou pesquisar essa informação para você. E aí eu coloco aqui, mas eu acredito que agora com essa questão aí desses lançamentos, né, da SpaceX, vai ficar cada vez mais comum, né, a ida ao espaço aí, né? Vai ser mais recorrente. A gente pode perceber isso aí também aí pelos lançamentos, né, que tem ocorrido dos Starlink.
Basically, we'll just be passing through waypoint 0, through that 400-meter point, and going, continuing on.
The next hold point would be waypoint 1. That is 220 meters away. You'll need to go to move inside the keep-out sphere at 200-meter radius, an invisible line around the International Space Station. This is the same for every vehicle that arrives.
Olha que a imagem é perfeita, né?
Vamos
deixar aqui o áudio um pouco mais alto da transmissão. Perderam aí o sinal? Não, mudou para aproximação aí da...
From Crew Dragon, looking at its future destination, its future home for the next 6 months, the International Space Station, even becoming more and more clearly defined as they approach it, as we said earlier, at about ½ meter per second.
You can see it shining brightly with the sun beaming off of the International Space Station.
And our astronauts inside, as we mentioned, suited up, strapped in, monitoring but not controlling the vehicle. Crew Dragon continues to fly autonomously. And that is Madagascar that both vehicles are flying over right now.
Just as a reminder, the crew is suited up and they did perform leak checks just as they did when they got suited up and ingressed the vehicle prior to liftoff yesterday.
And just a little look back at what brought us to this point if you're just joining us. Crew Dragon lifted off yesterday on a Falcon 9 rocket at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center, beginning their journey to the International Space Station. They completed their first burn last night, the phase burn, and then got a good night's sleep. They had a phase adjust burn this morning, added in there by Dragon's computers to make sure it was on the right trajectory to the space station, and then had the boost burn at 8:22 a.m. Pacific time. About 45 minutes later, we saw the closed co-elliptic burn. That maintained an orbit roughly 10 kilometers below station for Dragon. We had a short out-of-plane burn. Another one added in by the Dragon CPU, the computer system. We moved on to the transfer burn and then the final co-elliptic burn. Those rounded out our 5 major burns as part of the rendezvous phase.
Como eles fazem as necessidades, existem roupas até para as expedições aí, enquanto eles estiverem fora, né, da estação.
Once we reached the 30
São
30 kilometer distance from station, we were out of
considerados aí os fraldões, né? Mas no passado também utilizou-se aí uma espécie de tipo de camisinha, né? De látex. E existem os assentos também, onde o astronauta precisa se prender, né? No assento.
Now we're just under a minute to waypoint 0.
E vale lembrar também que não existe descarga com ar, né, no banheiro. E os objetos sólidos são descartados aí por jatos de ar para dentro de um compartimento. Privado a vácuo, exatamente aí.
It also protects the hatch that the astronauts will float through once they are attached to the International Space Station.
Ah, deve dar uma... Deve fazer uma lavagem, né, de sucção, né?
Yeah, and that nose cone only protects the GNC just through ascent. But in the vacuum of space, we don't need that protection. So
bacana que agora a gente está no momento aí de claridade, né? Daqui a pouco fica essas transições de, ó, tá vendo essas fumacinhas aí que você vê essa claridade, né, na tela? É a cápsula aí realizando pequenas correções, né? De sua trajetória.
Amazing that we're getting these views inside the cabin during these dynamic operations.
It's really cool to see that side-by-side crew inside of the vehicle and then the shot of the Dragon capsule so close to the International Space Station.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop. Approach 0 has started and the trajectory has converged on waypoint 1. Expect arrival at waypoint 1 at 0334 UTC.
Okay, copy 0334 UTC, arrival at waypoint 1, confirmed, and we've converged on waypoint 1.
Então, Skygos, essa questão do descarte, né, dos resíduos é algo que vem sendo estudado há anos aí, né? Boa parte dos resíduos são utilizados aí como combustível, né? Da própria Estação Espacial Internacional, então isso é algo que eles têm estudado muito aí para tentar diminuir ao máximo aí a questão dos resíduos, né, gerados aí, né?
As we mentioned, we have passed waypoint 0. They gave us a time of 7:34 p.m. Pacific that we should reach waypoint 1, but we do not have to hold there. That waypoint 1 is approximately 220
Essa questão aqui não tem. O Madruga tá dizendo que no espaço aí não tem poeira, então não tem sujeira, né? Seria um bom lugar para eu ficar aí para minha rinite, né?
If everything checks out, we can move through waypoint 1. We'll have to have the go to move inside the keep out sphere, a 200-meter invisible line radius around the International Space Station. And that go confirms that if we were to lose control of Dragon's thrusters for any reason, we would be 4 orbits or about 6 hours safe from moving inside that keep out sphere. So we'll need that go for us to pass through waypoint 1, and then the next stop would be waypoint 2, about 20 meters from station.
Olha que bacana ali a projeção na tela central ali, né? Que vai... O primeiro estágio retorna rapidamente, né? O segundo eu não sei, o Skygo tá dizendo que retorna, eu não sei como ele, como é feito o retorno do segundo estágio. Eu vou até pesquisar aqui também, mas eu não...
Waypoint 1 will bring us about 220 meters from the International Space Station, and we don't have to hold there. If we get the go, we can continue to waypoint 2, which will bring us 20 meters.
Once we reach waypoint 2, we will pause there. As we mentioned, the crew is inside. They're seated up.
O objetivo aí, o Giovanni, tá ali do lado, se você pode ver na descrição aí a missão, no terceiro parágrafo ali, né? E o objetivo aí é só avaliar se existe uma possibilidade de transportar astronautas de uma forma regular. É isso aí, não tem onde gastar dinheiro, então eles estão testando aí para ver, né? Então, lembrando que essa é uma missão aí da NASA, utilizando equipamentos da SpaceX. Então foi feito aí o lançamento com Falcon 9, né, da SpaceX, e a cápsula Crew-1. Ela foi designada aí como Crew-1 e já está previsto aí mais um lançamento aí para o ano que vem da Crew-2. Resumindo, eles foram dar um passeio aí. Tô a fim de dar um passeio, conhecer fazer uma tour aí pela Estação Espacial Internacional. Pedro Henrique tá ansioso aí para que eles cheguem logo, cara. Acho que todos, inclusive o pessoal dessa sala aí deve tá muito ansioso, né? Pão com ban aí, essa foi boa. Ban não rola, né? Mas que não xingue ninguém, né? Mas atrapalhar também o chat não é muito legal, não. Até mesmo porque se há esse spam aí, eu não consigo visualizar aqui o texto e não consigo conversar com vocês, né? A previsão eu vou ver daqui a pouquinho para vocês, Giovanni, mas assim que eles acoplarem, eles vão adentrar aí a Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que um dos astronautas, né, que estão indo dessa vez 4, terá aí que dormir aí dentro da cápsula. Por questões aí do número de acomodações, né? Então geralmente vai 2 ou 3 astronautas, e aí dessa vez foram 4, né? Então um vai dormir aí dentro da cápsula. Exatamente, o Capota. Lembrando aí que tem outros. Só de pensar aí que a SpaceX está lançando aí vários satélites, né? Da Starlink. Já teremos um tráfego aí de objetos no espaço, né? Olha, eu não, sinceramente, Pedro, eu particularmente, assim, não é meu forte essa questão de astronomia. Mas eu vou ser sincero pra você que eu não conheço essa outra aí, mas a SpaceX, vamos dizer assim, que eu tenho uma admiração pessoal aí, né? Pelo que eles fazem, né? Pelo que tem feito aí nessa questão da internet também, vai ser muito interessante. E vamos aguardando aí para ver como será essa questão da Starlink aí, né? É estranho, né? Eles não mostrarem as imagens, né, da cápsula. O Renato perguntou quem estava filmando a Crew-1 de cima. É a imagem já direto aí da Estação Espacial Internacional, tá? Perguntaram do ar-condicionado, né? Lembrando que a cada 1000 pés que uma aeronave sobe, ela perde 2 graus, né? Olha que bacana essa imagem da cápsula. Essa é a imagem aí da Estação Espacial Internacional. E ali a cápsula já.
Check it out. We've got views of Crew Dragon continuing its approach to the International Space Station.
Então, vou até diminuir aqui. O Adalberto, esse é uma missão aí da NASA, né? Então ela está utilizando aí os equipamentos, né, da SpaceX. Mas toda a missão aí eu acabei vendo depois aqui, ela é da NASA.
That's also where Dragon docked during Demo 1 and Demo 2. We'll be looking for the GO to move inside the Keep Out Sphere, a 200-meter radius. It's an invisible line around the station. It's something that helps our flight
O Giovanni está dizendo que está vendo outra live.
as they
Sim, tem
approach and even depart the International Space Station.
Deixa eu ver o nome dele aqui, eu não lembro. Tem Uma pessoa que é especializada no assunto, né, de astronomia, inclusive dá até curso, né, de astronomia. Eu sou apenas aí um entusiasta e um apaixonado, eu acho fantástico essa questão aí do acoplamento, né, do lançamento. E também aí a gente vai acompanhar o retorno dos astronautas, né? Então vamos fazer aí desde o início até o final, né?
Or grasp it once it gets close enough, and then flight controllers on the ground will berth it or attach it to the port on the International Space Station. But Dragon is fully autonomous. The astronauts are strapped in their seats, monitoring the mission, awaiting the milestones as we move through waypoint 1. Should be coming up in just a couple of minutes, and continue our approach to waypoint 2, 20 meters away from the space station and that last checkpoint before we move in for docking.
Então vamos aguardando mais um pouco aqui. Ah, bacana, eu tô vendo aqui o Giovanni.
Houston copies, and we were ready for that as well.
Então tá meio estranho, né? Exatamente, o Leonardo, é o Space Today. Eu acho o cara muito bom ali pra...
We are about 10 minutes away from waypoint 1. Again, that is where Dragon will swing up and
O
out
canal
in front
dele
of
só
the
fala
station.
disso, né? Então o cara é especialista
And
no
that'll
assunto,
bring
né?
us about 220
Então,
meters
show de
away from
bola.
the station.
Tô na live do Gordinho também, boa. Valeu aí, pessoal. Aproveitem para se inscrever no canal aí. Não sou igual a ele que tá com mais de 400 mil, né, inscritos, mas vamos lá, vamos batalhar aí para chegar nesse nível aí. Daqui a pouquinho eu vou colocar aqui para gravar aqui, pra gente passar um replay depois.
Mike Hawkins and Victor Glover just monitoring the mission. Dragon is flying autonomously.
A diferença do canal aqui pro canal dele lá é que o cara recebe muito superchat. Nossa, isso ajuda pra caramba o canal a crescer, né? Hoje a gente recebeu aqui um superchat de R$10. Né? Eu já falei que eu vou utilizar esse valor aí para aquisição de uma antena para comunicação aí com
Kind of cool to see them both looking at each other as they approach each other.
Absolutely.
And the crew on board also monitoring on their 3 display panels there in front of them. This is all autonomous, so they really don't have to do much except for enjoy the ride. But they do get to watch on those display panels where they're at during this approach here.
You can also
Deixa eu
see
só
the
fazer um
International
negócio
Space
aqui.
Station on that far right and the far left panel. So they're getting really the same view that we are right here. I'm sure they're pretty excited about making it to their new home in space. But once they reach waypoint 1, as we mentioned, they don't have to stop. That'll be that 220-meter point. They'll move inside the keep-out sphere at 200 meters, and then the next stop will be waypoint 2. The crew will be 20 meters away from the International Space Station. Dragon will focus on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter based on the attitude of the station. And it'll be about 5 minutes from that waypoint 2, the 20-meter spot, until contact and capture. We'll be looking for that chop call, stands for crew hands off point 2 meters before contact.
Show de bola aí o
This means,
Skygus.
crew is not commanding the vehicle.
Valeu aí pela contribuição. Vai mais 5 aí para aquisição aí da antena. Então, vamos comprar uma antena bacana aí pra gente poder captar, quem sabe até ouvir aí quem sabe até a gente consiga aí ouvir a Estação Espacial Internacional.
Copy that, Kate. And Kate, we can go ahead and fix that by cycling it from the ground, or you can perform that task on the SSC, whichever is your preference.
Que isso, Alessandro? O Alessandro dizendo que vai dar merda. Isso.
Copy, we're putting in work now.
Vamos torcer para que dê tudo certo aí, cara. 4 pessoas aí a bordo.
Kate Rubins, who's on the International Space Station, currently the only American on the International Space Station. She is joined by her 2 Russian cosmonaut friends. That is Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kutsverchkov. They'll be welcoming 4 new crew members to the orbiting laboratory. But she is monitoring the approach of Crew Dragon. She's also not commanding the approach, and as we mentioned, she won't be using the Canadarm2 to reach out and grapple the vehicle, but she was working to get some data, and the ground team is going to recycle that data for her, or restart that for her. As we were mentioning, we are discussing CHOP, the crew hands-off point.
Bacana sua dúvida, hein, Renato. Eu, sinceramente, não sei te responder isso aí, se tiver alguém que consiga aí responder aí.
And this view that you're seeing here is from the station, from the node 2 docking port. That Dragon is currently approaching.
This is really our first view of both of them in the same picture, so it gives you a good perspective on how close they're getting to each other.
Yeah, you can see in that left-hand bottom corner, that is the station, and that white dot on your right, on the right side of your screen, is Dragon slowly approaching. We're just under 5 minutes away from waypoint 1, or under 280 meters away from the station.
Muito obrigado aí ao Giovanni que se inscreveu no canal. Valeu aí, isso aí ajuda bastante também a gente.
Once we do get that go to move past waypoint 2, the 20-meter point, of course we're going to reach waypoint 1
A
first.
crescer cada vez mais aqui, isso motiva, né? A gente ficar acordado aí até essa hora da noite ou do dia, já do amanhã. Show de bola aí, valeu aí o pessoal que realizou aí o superchat, isso ajuda aí. Lembrando que eu comprei um equipamento aqui, agora eu preciso fazer uma aquisição da antena, do qual eu irei utilizar nas próximas transmissões aí, nas próximas lives e eventos.
That means a full seal will be achieved with 12 hard capture hooks.
This is Station 2. I see good RPOP data on the C4. Thanks. Copy, Kate. Thanks.
We are just about 30 minutes or so from docking, with currently Dragon approaching waypoint 1. Waypoint 1
Show de bola,
is
então tá se
approximately
aproximando já o
220
momento aí
meters away
do
from station.
acoplamento.
And you heard Kate Rubens, who is monitoring this mission and the arrival of Crew Dragon.
O Giovanni tá dizendo que o ser humano é muito foda, para chegar nesse nível, né? Deixa eu ver aqui o tamanho da estação, do complexo, né, da Estação Espacial Internacional, só para vocês terem uma ideia.
Dragon's position and how it's moving in toward the International Space Station. She'll have some work to do once Dragon arrives, but not until it gets there. But once Dragon arrives, the Node 2 hatch where they are docking is currently closed on the station side.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop, approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2.
Okay, Dragon copies. Soft capturing will start here in approach 1.
Crystal clear view of Dragon as they get the words that everything is still looking good with the systems and they will be moving through waypoint 1 to waypoint 2 and that they can expect that soft capture ring we were discussing to extend, begin preparing them for docking.
Então a estação ela possui aí 109 metros de largura, 73 metros de comprimento e 20 metros de altura. E aí uma massa de 450 mil quilos. Olha que bacana, agora é o momento aí que eu vou começar já a gravar aqui.
Basically those four kind of circles that you see in the ring where the nose cone is opened on the top of Dragon there.
Então já estamos visualizando aí a cápsula Crew Dragon, designada aí como Crew-1 pela NASA. Lembrando que essa é uma missão da NASA. E está aí utilizando aí o veículo da SpaceX.
Again, what you're seeing on your screen, on your left-hand screen, is
o Giovanni perguntou pra gente aí quantos a equivalência de andares, né?
SpaceX on the big loop, expect reconfiguration of the C2V2 return link shortly.
Então vamos aguardando aqui, o Skygos respondeu aí. Então já temos aí a imagem da Crew-1 e da ISS, International Space Station, Estação Espacial Internacional.
We also just heard the core speaking with Crew Dragon to expect a reconfiguration of C2V2. That stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. It establishes bidirectional communications between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station.
Então vamos aí aguardando um momento. Já estamos... Já passamos aí de meia-noite e 36, né?
So we're about 10 minutes away from waypoint 2. Once we approach waypoint 2, then we will do a go no go poll for docking. So we're again around 30 minutes away from docking here, depending on the timeline, when we reach each one of these points.
Então eles falaram aí que aproximadamente em 30 minutos, né, para o acoplamento.
We moved right through waypoint 1, right through the keep out sphere, that 200-meter invisible line around the International Space Station. that helps flight controllers monitor visiting spacecraft. But we will have to hold at waypoint 2.
Aproveite aí para deixar o seu like, inscreva-se no canal, olha que imagem bacana ali, as placas solares, né?
For arrival at the International Space Station, a very clear view from Crew Dragon.
That looks incredible.
Que imagem sensacional, né? Eu tô precisando de uma solução aí para capturar imagens assim das aeronaves de acrobacias, né? Caso alguém aí conheça algum sistema e queira compartilhar comigo aí, eu estou procurando uma solução desse tipo para que eu possa aí captar imagens nessa qualidade aí, uma distância aí de 5 a 10 quilômetros, né? Uma aeronave aí, acrobática, né? Então
Flight teams in Mission Control Houston continuing to check that RPOP Rendezvous Proximity Operations Program.
a altura da órbita é de 408 quilômetros.
We're resetting some of that data for Kate Rubens. A reminder, she is not commanding any part of Dragon's arrival. She is monitoring it.
O Theo Assunção está perguntando quanto tempo demora, né, desde o lançamento. Foram mais de 24 horas, né? O lançamento ocorreu ontem. Não me recordo agora o horário, mas foi ontem por volta de 9h30, né? 9h27, se eu não me engano, horário de Brasília.
Prior to initiating that soft capture approach.
Here's that same view we were looking at earlier, and you can see even how much closer Crew Dragon has gotten in just the short time since we last received it.
Então ela está aí a 408 quilômetros, né, de altura.
A little bit more about what Kate Rubens will be doing once Crew Dragon docks. As we mentioned, the
Olha que bacana, né, essas câmeras, né?
The station side No 2 hatch. Kate Rubens will check for a leak and then open it for access to the pressurized mating adapter 2. She'll also manually pressurize the vestibule. That's the area between the A-Pass hatch, which is on the station side, and the Crew Dragon hatch. The A-Pass hatch is what is currently exposed to the vacuum of space. It also has a docking target on it that allows Dragon to align itself with the port.
Ah, então, Madruga, não seria uma câmera para eu fotografar, tá? Seria uma câmera para eu colocar a bordo da aeronave para capturar aí as imagens, assim como ocorre aí nos campeonatos aí de acrobacia, né? No Red Bull Air Race, né? Então tem lá as câmeras, ou até de Fórmula 1, né? Onde tem aquela câmera a bordo, né? Fala câmera on-board.
Kate will open the A-Pass hatch and remove the docking target. Almost 2 hours post-docking, these checks are taking place during that time. We will look for Dragon's hatch to be opened.
Dragon, SpaceX on the Big Loop. C2V2 link reconfiguration is complete. The soft capture.
Então vamos lá, Crew 1. Vamos.
Waypoint 2. At that point, we will be asking for your input on lighting conditions.
Voltar aí para a imagem do centro, né?
Do remember that your visors are not required to be down until our final approach.
Okay, Dragon copies all, and we'll be holding momentarily at waypoint 2, and we will give you a good lighting check at that point.
So as you heard, we are on our way to waypoint 2, which will be 20 meters away from station, and we will hold and do some checks, do a go, no go hold to ensure that we are okay to approach for docking. And we did hear confirmation that the soft capture ring is extended and ready for that docking.
A few minutes ago, we heard them discussing C2V2 common communications for visiting vehicles. They said they would reconfigure that system and just got good confirmation that it has been reconfigured. That's those bidirectional communications between station and Crew Dragon.
Station Houston on 2 for Kate. We're still troubleshooting.
Com certeza, o Capota.
So we're coming on board on SSC 17.
Isso é possível sim, né? Fazer diminuir o tempo, mas porém eles tiveram problemas aí. O lançamento estava previsto para ocorrer no sábado e devido aos problemas aí o lançamento foi adiado para domingo, né? Até onde eu pude ler, o acoplamento ali estava previsto, né, para 8 horas e meia, né?
Anything that Crew Dragon is doing, and neither are the crew themselves. This is completely autonomous, but she is trying to monitor some of that data, and so.
Então, Theo, como eu falei aí, estava previsto, né, até onde eu li aqui, que o tempo previsto desde o lançamento, caso ele tivesse ocorrido aí no sábado, né, até o momento do acoplamento, seria de 8 horas e meia. Mas como tiveram aí os problemas, né, então tiveram que abortar para domingo. E aí acredito que isso possa ter ocasionado aí essa demora, né?
Dragon will be docking to. You can see the sunlight hitting Dragon as it gets closer and closer.
It's starting to get a little bit darker outside as well. That's because the International Space Station and Crew Dragon are approaching an orbital nighttime. They are in daylight for 45 minutes and nighttime for 45 minutes.
Olha que bacana que eu tinha comentado ali, ó. Se vocês notarem ali na cápsula tem uma luz verde e uma luz vermelha. Significa para identificar aí a direção e a orientação, né?
Looking at a live view of Mission Control Hawthorne here at SpaceX headquarters in California. And if you noticed, we have lost video
então vamos aguardando aqui então um momento aí para
but that's really no surprise to us. It's something called a TDRS handover, tracking data and relay satellite system. Teams on the ground are able to track when the space station and Crew Dragon will be moving in and out of these handover periods.
Crew-1.
We expect to regain video communications with the space station very shortly. In the meantime, it continues. Crew Dragon continues its approach to waypoint 2. And we have those views back already. As you mentioned, Jesse, you can really see those 4 forward bulkhead thrusters the closer we get.
Olha que bacana, já está muito próximo.
On the International Space Station, with how close we are, we're approaching waypoint 2, which will be 20 meters in front of the station. That's why you could see it so close up in that last view.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Kate. Scan 2. All right, Kate, SSC-17 is back up and running for you. We're working on 4 now. In addition, let us know when your review is complete and you are ready for docking.
Copy, and I saw SSC working. It's giving me good range and range rate. Now I've got another, our pop is not receiving Dragon 2 data from PCS message on 17.
Copy that, Kate. We'll take a look. Thanks for the extra info.
We've now reached waypoint 2, so we are holding this position. Going to do some...
And I do have a good Dragon docking system view on SSC-17 for the Dragon docking streaming monitor, and I have a good out the window view, so I am comfortable and my review is complete.
Copy all. Thank you.
Great news from Kate Rubens. She has the data she's looking for and a great view of Crew Dragon out the window as well. So she's given her go for them to depart waypoint 2 and move into the International Space Station. As a reminder, we moved directly through waypoint 1, which put us directly in front of the docking port. You can see it right here. That's the node 2.
A distância da Lua entre a Lua e a Terra é 384.400 quilômetros. Então, show de bola aí.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop.
Eles poderiam ajustar pouco aí a câmera, né?
At this point, please confirm that the lighting conditions are acceptable to proceed, and let us know if you are go for approach 2 and docking.
Okay, SpaceX, this is Dragon on the big loop. So the lighting is actually getting worse. We do have a view of the IDA, but we do not have a view of the docking target.
In Dragon, SpaceX, we copy. We are 6 minutes from sunset. Would you like to hold for those 6 minutes, or do you feel comfortable proceeding?
Stand by. And SpaceX from Dragon, we'll go ahead and hold for those 6 minutes if we can.
We copy hold.
Crew Dragon crew has opted to hold at waypoint 2 for the time being so they can get some better views of the docking port, the docking target.
Então, pelo que eu entendi aqui, os tripulantes aí da cápsula, eles comentaram que eles não têm uma visão muito boa para o acoplamento. Então eles vão fazer uma espera aí, fazer um hold. Então vamos aguardar aí para ver o que vai acontecer, né? Então eles poderiam fazer isso neste ponto, então vamos aguardar.
And the ground is go for docking, but we are just waiting for us to get a little bit more light so that Dragon can actually see where it is going to autonomously dock, see the target on node 2 as it approaches so it can make that soft capture accurately.
We're in another one of those satellite handovers we just discussed as well. We should get video communications.
Nossa, imagina aí, voltou a imagem da cápsula.
And as we mentioned, Dragon is holding at waypoint 2. That's 20 meters away from the International Space Station.
200 metros da cápsula, então vamos aguardar aqui.
Nighttime for the spacecraft. Once that happens, they will proceed in toward node 2. It should take about 5 minutes.
And as a reminder, waypoint 2 is about 20 meters away from station. We are on the docking access, and Dragon will be aligning itself with that docking port. We're just holding for some sunlight.
Então voltamos aí com a imagem da cápsula. Ela está fazendo uma espera. Vamos aguardar aí para o melhor momento aí para fazer o acoplamento, né? Então eles não se sentiram seguros e aí vão fazer essa espera aí. Não sei por quanto tempo, mas vamos aguardar aqui.
This hold continuing for another few minutes. The space station has crossed the terminator line, the difference in day and nighttime on Earth. They are east of Hawaii right now in the Pacific Ocean, and they are waiting for the sun to set on orbit. Crew Dragon will be able to use its infrared camera to spot that docking target on the APAS hatch on Node 2.
O Alessandro está falando assim, para chegar na Estação Espacial demora tudo isso. Imagine para Marte. Já tem o Perseverance a caminho de Marte, né? Vai ser só, se eu não me engano, só o ano que vem, né? Ele vai fazer a tentativa do pouso.
As a reminder, we had a confirmation that the soft capture ring extended. That'll be the first part of capture. The soft capture ring. There are also rotary spring dampers that will soften the contact once Dragon's soft capture ring comes in contact with the International Space Station, and then the ring will retract until sensors indicate it'll be time for hooks to drive. We're looking for 12 hooks, 2 different gangs of 6, to firmly secure Dragon to the International Space Station. That entire process, from contact to hard capture, can take about 13 minutes. We'll be standing by the entire time to make sure all of that goes smoothly, but everything looking good right now for Crew Dragon, still holding about 20 meters away from the International Space Station.
Nossa, é bem grande, né? Eles estão a 200 metros, né? É o tamanho disso aí, cara.
So we should be hearing that call that they're ready to proceed. Again, there's no rush. And there's also no need for the crew to fly Dragon. This is all happening autonomously.
Bora pra Marte. Partiu Marte aí. Fazer a caravana aí pra Marte, quem quiser aí. Já aproveita, já faz aí o superchat aí pra vamos todo mundo pra Marte. Se eu não me engano, Adalberto, tem um ônibus espacial no X-Plane, simulador aí, pra quem não conhece. Eu não cheguei a voar com ele ainda, mas seria uma boa experiência a gente já começar a testar aí no simulador aí a viagem para Marte. Aproveita aí para deixar o seu like se você estiver curtindo. Olha que bacana. Olha que imagem sensacional, né? Partiu aí caravana Golf Oscar Romeo Marte, última chamada, atenção, é a última chamada, hein? Imagina o quanto deve ser forte esse strobo aí pra tá iluminando isso aí. Boa, gostei da ideia, ô Sky Eagles. Vamos incentivar o pessoal a doar aí no superchat pra gente construir o nosso próprio ônibus, né? Curti a ideia, hein? Olha, eu já posso começar aí com a câmera que eu tô... Um projeto da câmera, né? Pra fazer a captura aí.
We will be commanding the resume shortly, and as a reminder, once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted.
Dragon copies all.
Station copies all. I'm ready.
We've got confirmation that we have go from the crew. So they will be starting this procedure shortly. We'll start approaching that docking adapter that you see on your screen. Once we get close enough, we will do a soft capture, followed by the insertion of the pins for the hard capture.
We also heard the Corps mention once that we reach the crew hands-off point, that's the chop call we'll hear. Retreat and breakout are not permitted. And that would be from the crew. The vehicle can still abort if necessary, but as we said, everything continuing to look good for Crew Dragon, ready to depart waypoint 2. The final approach has begun. Crew Dragon moving in toward the International Docking Adapter on node 2.
Olha, referente a astronauta, eu não conheço o Giovanni. A gente tem a referência aí do Marcos Pontes, né, mas existem brasileiros que trabalham na NASA, né? Não sei se são aí astronautas, mas participam aí de certa forma aí da construção aí dos sistemas, né, e equipamentos aí para a NASA. Olha que bacana, então já está muito próximo aí.
We are now about 15 meters away, just about 3 minutes from docking.
Aproximadamente 3 minutos aí pro acoplamento. Aproveitem aí para deixar o seu like, lembrando que a gente vai tentar colocar um replay depois.
We'll be looking for soft capture first with the soft capture ring already extended. Once we have soft capture, the ring will retract and bring us into a hard capture. That should take about 13 minutes for that entire process, firmly securing us to the International Space Station. And then we'll move into leak checks.
And SpaceX from Dragon on the big loop.
Poxa, quantos anos você tem, Sky Eagles?
Great to hear. We see 10 meters as well.
Even though it looks very slow right now, both Dragon and the International Space Station are traveling about 17,500 miles an hour over Earth right now, both about 262 statute miles over
Exatamente, o Adalberto. Foi em 2006, 30 de março de 2006.
Just a few moments ago, too, that the crew had reached 10 meters away from the International Space Station, so already halfway there from waypoint 2. We're only about a little over a minute from docking.
Ah, bacana, hein, o Sky Eagles.
You can see on those display panels the crew watching as they approach that node. Port 2. And what you could see directly in the center of the docking adapter, that is the APAS hatch. Once we
Show de bola, está muito próximo aí o acoplamento.
And do leak checks, that will be the first hatch
Impressionante,
that
né?
will
Como que
open,
pode aí o ser humano
followed by
aí
the
projetar aí.
Dragon hatch.
If you look closely in the center at the very bottom, there was Chop, crew hands-off point. Standing by for contact.
Então vamos lá, tá chegando próximo. Próximo para o impacto, vamos dizer assim. Vamos observar ali o buraquinho ali embaixo para ver se causa algum impacto. Putz, eles mudaram bem agora a câmera.
Soft capture confirmed.
Dragon copies, and we see the same.
As you heard that call out, soft capture is now complete. Next will be hard capture. This is where the pins will insert themselves into that docking adapter and create a hard lock.
And we had that soft capture at 8:01 p.m. Pacific time, 11:01 p.m. Eastern time. Crew Dragon and the International Space Station flying 262 statute miles over Idaho.
Dragon SpaceX, soft capture ring retraction in progress.
Então vamos aguardar aqui para ver se
that call confirming just what we're looking to hear. The soft capture ring is retracting. We're looking for sensors to indicate it'll be time for hooks to drive, create that firm hold on Crew Dragon. So this can take several minutes, maybe about 10 to 13 minutes. But slow and steady wins the race. Crew Dragon is now at the International Space Station.
Boa, então foi feito aí o acoplamento. Exatamente 1h03. Eles vão aguardar agora um tempo. E lembrando a todos aí que na quarta-feira, aí 19 horas horário de Brasília, pretendo aí fazer aí a última perna aí da Volta América com Pilatos Papatiali no 2. Então foi confirmado aí o acoplamento, por isso das palmas.
We've got some folks here watching as we confirm that soft capture there. Everybody's pretty excited. I'm getting really excited. I can't wait. They're almost done. This is the home stretch.
So once again, we had contact, soft capture confirmed at the International Space Station for Crew Dragon at 8:01 p.m. Pacific
Uso
time,
perfeito, sim, não
11:01
teve nem
p.m.
tranco,
Eastern
nada, né?
time.
Impressionante como
Both
que é.
vehicles were flying 262
É a evolução,
statute miles
né?
over Idaho. We're now in the soft capture ring retract period. We'll be looking for that ring to retract fully. The sensors will indicate.
Então o pessoal vai agora se preparar, né, para fazer a abertura da cápsula. E aí eu estava lembrando que então na quarta-feira faremos aí o voo para fechar aí a tour Volta América com Pilatos Papatiali no 2 aí no X-Plane. Eu cheguei a gravar um vídeo para vocês aí direto de Florianópolis. Então será aí o trajeto Florianópolis-Guarulhos. Vou tentar editar esse vídeo aí para liberar ele na live.
Station unlocking complete. Sensor 1 and 2 are off. OFS timers inserted.
Dragon SpaceX, ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Okay, Dragon copies all, and we are opening our visors at this time.
Olha, bacana, eu não sabia nada dessa história não, o Adalberto. Já voou de Varig então em 97.
And MCS stands for Motion Control System. We are handing off from the Russian thrusters to the U.S. gyroscopes. The other voice you heard was that of NASA astronaut Kate Rubins monitoring the arrival of her 4 new crewmates inside Crew Dragon. Everything's
Show de bola então aí. Foi feito o acoplamento.
We're currently awaiting that card capture to be complete. As we mentioned, it can take about 10 minutes.
Então vamos tentar ver aqui o replay, só para ver se a gente fez direito dessa vez. Deixa eu só ver se vai dar certo aqui.
Confirmation, we are now on gyroscopes on the
Dragon End Station on the Big Loop, MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Yeah, Dragon copies, good news.
Copies, thanks.
Good news indeed. MCS, the motion control system configuration is complete. We have now moved to those gyroscopes instead of Russian thrusters, meaning the hard capture sequence.
Vamos ver se vai dar certo o replay, hein? Vamos lá, vamos tentar ver aqui mais uma vez. Se não der certo, a gente volta aqui para a imagem ao vivo. Ah, esse aqui ele trouxe o... Ah, agora sim. Então, a gente está vendo aí o replay do momento aí em que foi realizado aí o acoplamento. A gente viu aí. Então demorou um pouquinho, né? Porque eles não se sentiram seguros aí para fazer o acoplamento. Então a gente está vendo aí o replay aí do acoplamento aqui. Deu certo aqui o que eu estava fazendo. Então veremos aí o momento, né, que foi realizado aí o acoplamento aí da Crew-1 aí direto na Estação Espacial Internacional. Tá dizendo da tela, né? Parece até um ILS. É impressionante, né? Como que pode, né? Então a gente está vendo aí o replay, né, do momento que foi realizado o acoplamento. Aproveite aí para deixar o seu like. Vou deixar passando esse replay aqui por algumas vezes. E assim que tivermos alguma imagem atualizada aí para ver a abertura da cápsula, a gente volta ao vivo. Então, a qualquer momento, se a gente tiver a abertura da cápsula, eu já corto aqui o replay e a gente volta para a imagem ao vivo. Aproveite aí se você quiser ajudar a contribuir com o canal, com o superchat. Se não, se inscreva no canal e deixe o like. Então estamos vendo aí como foi o momento. Consigo, Giovanni. Consigo sim. Inclusive tem algo que eu pretendo fazer para o futuro, que é um curso, né, para streamers. Tá no forno esse projeto. É algo aí que eu aprendi com o decorrer dos anos, né? E gostaria de passar a informação para vocês através desse curso. Onde você conseguirá fazer tudo isso aí basicamente que eu consigo fazer aqui no canal e muito mais, né? Então é só você usar a sua criatividade que você vai conseguir aí se superar aí com certeza. Então a gente vai ver aqui então eles falaram agora aqui que então eles comentaram aqui agora que oficialmente foi acoplada a cápsula na imagem ao vivo. Então a gente está vendo aí o momento, né, que foi o momento que foi realizado o acoplamento, 1h03, horário de Brasília. Que isso, Skygus. Aprendi muito com você hoje, cara. Tá indo pro lugar com Charlie Alpha, Mike Alpha, né? Cama. Boa. Uma boa noite a todos aí. Obrigadão aí pela contribuição. E em breve, assim que eu tiver autorização aí dos órgãos responsáveis aí, né? Para que eu possa transmitir aí a rádio escuta. Deixa eu só ver uma coisa aqui. Então vimos aí o replay. Vamos voltar aqui para a imagem ao vivo. Eles estão... Então essas são imagens ao vivo. Show de bola. Nossa, o canal do nosso amigo lá tá recebendo doações lá de 50, cara. O cara é muito bom, né? Um dia eu vou chegar nesse nível aí de receber superchat de 50, 100 reais. Lembrando aí que todo esse valor aí é convertido aí para aquisição de equipamentos e melhorias aí para o canal. Lembrando que temos também a lojinha do canal com produtos inicialmente da Esquadrilha Fox. Vou colocar aqui para vocês.
On behalf of all the flight controllers around the world, welcome aboard as we embark on 7-person crew operations and more milestones ahead for the station.
Então tá aí o link da lojinha. Aproveite aí para fazer a sua aquisição da sua camiseta, do seu boné. Em breve estarei colocando outros produtos. O espaço é restrito. Exatamente, são mais de 27 horas, né? O capota. Apesar de que durante o voo, durante o trajeto, né, durante o trajeto aí até a cápsula, eles não ficaram 100% sentados, tá? É que eu não quis colocar a transmissão muito antecipada, porque senão ia ser muito desgastante. Estamos aí há mais de 6 horas de live já.
Once it was confirmed, hard capture was complete. Dragon was attached to the International Space Station. And then an amazing reminder just how important it is and how international the International Space Station is. Words from Soichi Noguchi, the first international partner to fly aboard a commercial crew vehicle
show de
from
bola
the
aí.
Japanese Aerospace
Esse aí foi.
Exploration Agency.
What an
Vamos ver de novo aqui.
amazing journey this has been.
Porque agora não vou mostrar nada agora, só amanhã mesmo, só mais tarde, né? Então vamos rever aí então o momento. Então esse aí foi o exato momento do acoplamento, né? A gente está vendo aí o replay. Cara, 2 horas de carro. Tranquilo, viu, Adalberto? Tenta fazer 2 horas uma CG 150 aí pra você ver. Durante a minha faculdade fiz muito esse trajeto de 170 quilômetros. Aproximadamente aí 2 horas, né? O trajeto. Você chega, você não sente nada do corpo. Então estamos vendo aí. Estamos vendo aí o replay. Vamos deixar aqui o áudio do replay, vamos ver como fica.
Once we reach the crew hands-off point, that's the chop call we'll hear. Retreat and breakout are not permitted. And that would be from the crew. The vehicle can still abort if necessary, but as we said, everything continuing to look good for Crew Dragon, ready to depart waypoint 2. Final approach has begun. Crew Dragon moving in toward the International Docking Adapter on Node 2.
Olha, referente a astronauta, eu não conheço tal Giovanni. A gente tem a referência aí do Marcos Pontes, né, mas existem brasileiros que trabalham na NASA, né? Não sei se são aí astronautas, mas participam aí de certa forma aí da construção aí dos sistemas, né, e equipamentos aí para a NASA. Olha que bacana, então já está muito próximo aí.
We are now about 15 meters away, just about 3 minutes from docking.
Aproximadamente 3 minutos aí pro acoplamento. Aproveitem aí para deixar o seu like, lembrando que a gente vai tentar colocar um replay depois.
We'll be looking for soft capture first with the soft capture ring already extended. Once we have soft capture, the ring will retract and bring us into hard capture. That should take about 13 minutes for that entire process, firmly securing us to the International Space Station. And then we'll move into leak checks.
And SpaceX from Dragon on the big loop.
Poxa, quantos anos você tem, ô Skygus?
Great to hear. We see 10 meters as well.
Vou voltar aqui para minha fala ao vivo. A gente está visualizando aí o replay. Então, terminando aí esse replay, a gente encerra por aqui. 6 horas e 24 minutos de live, para que o vídeo permaneça no canal. E se você quiser contribuir aí com o Superchat, isso ajuda bastante ao crescimento do canal, referente a troca de equipamentos e melhorias, né? E além disso, se puder deixar o seu like e se inscreva no canal aí, que isso ajuda pra caramba. Então o Pedro aí tá dizendo que acabou. Então o acoplamento ele foi realizado 1 hora e 3 minutos. A gente está vendo o replay. Tá dizendo que chegou agora, então só porque você chegou agora, vamos mostrar aqui imagens ao vivo. Imagens ao vivo então para você aqui, ó.
This is so exciting. It's been a long journey, but so worth
Então
it.
vamos mostrar aqui as
They made it
imagens
to the station
que a
safely.
gente está recebendo aqui ao vivo.
Can't wait for them to get through these next few processes, do the leak checks, and make sure everything is safe to open those hatches, and then watch as the crew members, the Crew-1
Aproveitem para deixar o like,
board the
se
International
inscreva no
Space
canal.
Station.
Vamos.
And it looks quiet in there right now and empty, but in just over an hour and a half, maybe we will see probably 7 people crammed into this small space, hugging and welcoming each other to the International Space Station.
Então, aí são imagens de dentro da Estação Espacial Internacional. Vai ser por aí que vão recepcionar aí os 4 astronautas, né, sendo 3 norte-americanos e um
We're
japonês.
keeping an eye on Crew Dragon and on the International Space Station as they continue these checks. Crew Dragon crew members will begin doffing their suits here soon. Kate Rubens will get to work on the station side, opening this hatch, conducting leak checks, pressurizing the vestibule, and eventually welcoming our crew members on board.
We will have a welcome ceremony, so stay tuned with us. We will stay live.
Yes, and we will definitely stay live as we
Então,
move
Pedro, não
through
sei se
all of
você
these
chegou a
checks.
ver o
We'll keep you updated as they
acoplamento. Vou mostrar aqui para
progress, and,
vocês
you'll get to
então.
watch the crew members.
Então esse aí foi o exato momento aí do acoplamento. E provavelmente a imagem aí da saída dos astronautas vai ocorrer mais tarde. Então a gente vai terminando assim que realizar aí o acoplamento. Estamos aí visualizando o replay. O acoplamento aconteceu a 1 hora e 3 minutos, horário de Brasília. Estava previsto aí para 00:30, né, mais ou menos. Então eles não se sentiram seguros aí para fazer o acoplamento, eles preferiram esperar um pouco. E aí estamos revendo o replay, né? Então estamos revendo aí, então o momento do que foi realizado o acoplamento. A Marina está perguntando que hora que eles vão sair. Deixa eu ver se tem alguma informação aqui. Bom, não consegui encontrar nada aqui, Marina. Mas provavelmente é mais tardar aí, já vai ter aí o... Eles vão adentrar aí a cápsula, né? Só falou que estava acompanhando agora há pouco, disseram para mim que seria por volta de 7 horas da manhã, 6 horas da manhã. Então, eu vou aproveitar para descansar. Vou acordar por volta desse horário. Caso tenhamos aí alguma informação. Mas ó, deixa eu mostrar aqui ao vivo para vocês, tá? Vou voltar aqui para a câmera ao vivo. A gente tem essa imagem aí. Eu não sei a hora, mas apareceu ali uma astronauta. Deixa eu ver o nome dela aqui. Olha que bacana aí. Será que vão abrir já? Olha o estado que fica o cabelo da astronauta, é bacana, hein? A gente está vendo aqui imagens ao vivo. Eu vou fazer o seguinte, eu vou finalizar essa live e aí eu vou ver se vai ter algum movimento de abertura. Senão a gente finaliza aqui e começa uma outra live, né, para deixar rolando aí durante a madrugada. Então, aparentemente parece que está tendo algum movimento de abertura. Então vamos acompanhando ainda por enquanto. Ver se a gente já consegue responder aí a Marina, né?
That is Kate Rubens aboard the International Space Station, stepping through the procedures to bring Crew Dragon on board. And the hatch she just opened obviously is on the station side of Node 2. That is the pressurized mating adapter hatch. She's got several more steps on her side to go. Meanwhile, the crew aboard Crew Dragon will be doffing their suits or taking them off, drying and stowing them. They'll also be stowing any of the equipment that they used.
Station on Space to Ground 2, the Node 2 forward hatch is open and the MPEV is uncapped. In step 1.2 and 1.3, there was no Delta P drop.
Copy all.
And that was Kate just confirming that that hatch is now open.
And she is speaking with the Capcom in Mission Control Houston.
Então vamos aproveitar e eu vou deixar aqui, vou finalizar essa live e eu deixo outra aberta aqui para vocês. Obrigado a todos que participaram.
Back in the days when we were just flying capsules, and of course we moved to the space shuttle program, not necessarily a capsule, and here we are in a capsule again. However, Capcom is the person that speaks with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station. They relay everything that's happening on the ground to the crew members. This keeps them from getting too much information coming from too many different directions.
Vamos ver, eles já estão com o microfone aqui, então acho que já...
Ah, é uma lanterna. The pressurized mating adapter.
Vamos ver se ela vai, vamos aguardar um pouquinho.
She'll also need to conduct, she'll need to pressurize the vestibule. That's the next hatch, that's the space between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, that vestibule area. And the APAS hatch was what was exposed to the vacuum of space prior to Crew Dragon's arrival, so we want to make that the same pressure as what's inside Crew Dragon and the space station.
Looks pretty easy to get around in the space station. See her gliding around as she's grabbing some of her tools.
Kate will begin opening a valve on the APAS hatch to slowly let air in, pausing along the way. And we'll also do a thermal stabilization, making sure that the temperature isn't changing in that vestibule area, giving us signals that are that are changing when it comes to the pressure we want to see inside. So we'll end up pausing for about 30 minutes to make sure that is leveled out. Eventually, Kate Rubens will open up the APAS hatch, remove the docking target that we saw as Crew Dragon was flying in. That's what the vehicle uses to align with the International Space Station. She will stow that docking target, and then it'll be time for our crew aboard Crew Dragon to ingress the space station.
What a cool view we are getting here from the space station, looking out at Dragon attached to that Node 2 port.
It's also a good view of the trunk of Dragon, and you can see those solar arrays, or they're not really arrays, they're solar cells, and they're wrapped around the body of Dragon. That's the
station on space to ground 2 in step 2.4 at 0438. APAS equalization valve is closed after 75 seconds of open.
Copy all, Kate. We see good vestibule pressurization.
And I would put a warning there, or at least a note for the crew about how loud that was.
We copy, Kate.
Didn't sound like that in training in Houston.
We'll have to beef up our simulators.
Yeah, suck some air out of the room.
Só vão sair 3 horas da manhã. Vou deixar então a live rolando aqui. Vou criar uma nova, tá bom? Obrigadão, pessoal. Até a próxima.